Zoe, Makayla. You're both here.
Hello.
So I gotta tell you, when I'll just tell the backstory here a little bit. I was getting ready to interview Braxton, and Zoe happened to be in the room at the same time. And all of a sudden, I hear, "Wait, I need to talk to him." And then, like, Zoe jumped on, and she's like, gives me this whole idea about this podcast that she wants to do with you, Makayla. And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm down. Let's do this." So we're here. We're ready to go. Zoe, how's things been going?
Things have been going well. I'm
Really?
excited.
Okay, what are you excited about?
I'm excited about this podcast. I'm excited that it's coming to fruition. Because maybe what you don't know is that
Zoe,
literally the night.
so scoot that mic towards you. So
Okay.
first, tell us who you are.
My name is Zoe Erickson. I am Joshua Erickson's daughter. And general nerd, I think, would be the best way
General
to
nerd.
describe me.
Which is a compliment.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. So, like, were you raised fundamentalist?
No, so my family was LDS until I was 8 years old, but they had felt called to enter into plural marriage when I was 5 or 6, and were everybody was active LDS. My father was the ward clerk, my mother was the ward pianist, and entered into the principal, lived it secretly for a bit, and then things sort of came to light and they got excommunicated. And then since then we have been independent fundamentalists. We have friends everywhere, but aren't in a group ourselves. And I don't know, life is good.
Life is good. Makayla, you were just on like the week before last. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I think we still have your backstory down.
Yeah.
So, Zoe, what was it like growing up fundamentalist, right? Like,
Ooh.
do you remember like the before times, so to speak?
I do very much. It was definitely very interesting and very lonely, at least for a bit, because the story of how my parents came to be polygamous has been told before on this podcast, so I don't need to go into it. But suffice it to say that when we entered into it, my parents and I guess us as a family did not know a single other family who was practicing. And so that's very lonely and it's very hard because there are unique struggles, and in a coming from a culture where that isn't a thing or it's very looked down on, into no support system, there's gonna be just loneliness. I think now it's been much better. We have found ourselves a circle and also kind of come back into the good graces of some of our old circles. So, like when like our extended family was told things were, there was a lot of heartburn because my father was like the golden child. Is gonna be probably a bishop, and he's like, oh, it's a perfect little LDS family, and then such perfect little LDS family becomes, dirty polygamous, and then everybody's worldview gets shattered. And so it took a couple years to kind of rebuild a lot of those relationships, for which I'm very grateful. Anyway, so now it's very funny because I feel like we sit in the middle of kind of a web of like knowing everybody or knowing people who know everybody, which is kind of maybe a bit of a redemption arc of going to be like completely disconnected to being very connected. And it's nice.
Absolutely. You hit on something that's interesting there. And I'm sure Makayla can speak to this a little bit. For LDS people coming into fundamentalism, it's a bit of a blow, right? And especially like the way your family did it, my family did it. You go in and you don't know anybody, right? And so it takes a hot minute. And then within Mormonism, and I don't care where you're at in Mormonism, LDS, fundamentalist, whatever, if you're a Mormon, you're kind of a social creature, even if you don't want to be, right? Because it's very much, activities. It's more than just church, right? Which is something that's always kind of hard to explain to maybe some of our sectarian brothers and sisters, is that this isn't just a Sunday thing. We don't just show up on Sunday, throw a few bucks in the collection plate, and then slap high fives as we head out, right? This is an all week, all day, every day sort of a religion. And so when the social network that has been your support is suddenly gone, right? You discover these things and you're like, okay, this isn't necessarily what I was taught, but you develop testimony of them, and then you got to go. That can be a rough transition. And I know that that's one of those things that certainly your family, Zoe, was what was really awesome was is that they were always willing to communicate and talk to other people, and that was huge in being able to smooth those things over. So yeah, they've been doing that work for a while. But anyway, so now Zoe, I got to put you on the hook here a little bit. You have a connection to this Missouri temple out here too, right? I
I
mean, you
do.
did some work on it.
I did.
What'd you do?
My family and I did the curtains.
And look, for anybody who's not been inside, there are a lot of curtains, like
There are many
everywhere.
curtains.
There is many, many, many curtains. And like when I came out here and I found out you and your family were the ones stitching those all together, I'm like, those poor people have to have carpal tunnel now. I'm seeing the amounts of drapes that were in there. I'm like, wow. But no, and they look great. That's the reason I brought it up was you guys really went above and beyond on that. So man, it's awesome. So yeah, kind of you're interesting because you both had some experience outside the church and then inside as well. So
Yeah.
it's really
I
cool.
just want to say one thing about that, I guess, is
Yeah.
those curtains are a testimony of, in my mind, the sort of larger plan that God has, and also again a sort of redemption, because I would not have been able to do those. My family would not have been able to do those without the substantial help and support of my maternal grandparents, and they were probably the people who were most angry when my parents became fundamentalist. It got to the point where we were basically cut off for a couple of years. And if you had told me then that, oh, just wait and, 8 or 10 years, they're going to be helping you make drapes for an apostate temple, I would have looked at you like you had two heads.
Right.
Because they're both active LDS. And I just say one more thing of just like the large planning of God, because my grandparents did LDS temple drapes for a long time. And before we even knew of the existence of the group out in Missouri or any of it, I apprenticed with my grandmother doing temple drapes as a young teenager, because that's what she did and it was a job and I could sew. And then along comes this temple, and my father's like, we're gonna help. But the thing is, we're in Utah, and there's not a lot you can do from 3 states away. You can't do the drywall, or plumbing, or landscaping, or tile, or concrete, or any of it from 3 states away, but you can do drapes. And it's a bit of a longer story, but something had happened which had brought my grandparents around, I guess, from viewing us as apostate, horrible, wicked people to now like favorite grandchildren. Again, it was and my father committed to doing the drapes before we had talked to them. He was like, we were out in the fall of 21, I believe, and he was like, yes, we're going to, like, he told me, we're going to see this temple and we're going to do the drapes. And I was like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean you're going to do the drapes? Because I had apprenticed, but I never really finished. I didn't really know what I was doing. I just done like grunt work, basically. And he's like, yeah, we're going to do the drapes. And I was like, okay. I don't know if you understand, but I can't do that. Like, I need help. And the people who are going to help me think that this is an awful thing. This is never going to work out. He was like, no, it'll be fine. I was like, I don't think it's going to be fine. He was like, we're going to do the drapes. And I'd be like, oh, that's so amazing. And I was like, and then we go back home and I'm like, there's no way that they're going to say, because they're going to say yes. Because it wasn't even just, oh, let us ask you a couple questions. We got material from them. My workroom was my grandmother's workroom, and it's in their basement. So, like, literally up in their business, doing, fundamentalist temple curtains. But somehow, only I say somehow, I know why. They said, oh, yes. And I was like, what? And then, things worked out, and it was so sweet for me to have my grandparents have come around, I guess, enough to be a part of that, and enable us too. The entire thing hinged on them. So, yeah.
100%. And it's so interesting when you get into temples and temple building. There's a great line from an LDS movie that was made, gosh, I want to say back in 2011 about Joseph Smith. And it shows him and Brigham Young working on the Kirtland Temple. And Joseph Smith says something to the effect of, people think we're building a temple, but what people don't realize is that God is building us through building this temple. And I remember shortly after we got to Missouri, we got here in February of 2024, and help out in the temple where I can, because at the time we were living in Springfield, so I'd come out and help when and where I could. And then we're getting closer to dedication. It's like August. And my wife, Amber, comes to me and she asked me a question. Now, before I tell you the question, I should say this. And you two can probably both attest to this fact. When you join a fundamentalist group or you become a fundamentalist from the LDS Church, it's a lot like rolling a grenade into your family. There's going to be a loud explosion, and then there's going to be fragments for a hot minute. Now, the only thing that could possibly be worse than that is if you're the only guy that's taken the blame for such things. Now, let me explain. My mother-in-law finds out, Amber's mom, that we're going fundamentalist. And she didn't like me before, but that got ratcheted to about 27 on a scale of 1 to 10. And so fast forward back to Amber and I are in Missouri with, me, Amber, and Tanya. And Amber comes to me in about July, and I'm working, and Amber very rarely talks to me while I'm working, right? She's figured out that when I'm in that zone, I'm locked in. And she comes in and she's like, I really need to talk to you. I'm like, okay. I was like, yeah, I mean, if you're coming in the middle of the day, yeah, you got stuff going on, 'cause she works as well. And so she pulls up a chair and she goes, I want to invite my mom out to look at the temple. And I'm like, so do you want me to leave for a couple of weeks while she's here? Like, where would you like me to go? And she's like, no, I'm being serious. I would really like her to come out and see. And I'm like, she's never going to do that. Right? Like, let's just get this through right here. And I said, if you really feel inspired that this is the way we should go, then do it. I'll foot the bill for the tickets and, the plane tickets, whatever we need. But if you really feel like this is what we should do, then do it. So she calls her mom, and her mom said yes. And I was like, okay, she'll back out last minute, right? Like what she's really agreed to will sink in, and she'll be like, ooh, yeah, I'm about to come down with a bad case of, can't see my son-in-law itis. And but she came, and I remember it was Tom Zitting, and shout out to him. He was the one that gave the tour to my mother-in-law, kind of headed it up, and he was the perfect guy for it. 'Cause Tom, I mean, that dude's just full of love, right? Like,
Yes.
if love would define stature, that man would be 12 feet tall. And so it was absolutely the perfect guy to do it. And then we went home, and the girls went upstairs, all three of them, Amber, Tanya, and Amber's mom, and I don't hear anything. And I'm like, uh-oh. So I go upstairs and I go up and they're like doing each other's nails and stuff, right? And I'm like, well, I could say something, but don't ruin the moment. And so I just went back downstairs, but I couldn't stop but thinking, that really is kind of the blessing of temples, right? I think so often we look at temples and we think, man, this is something that's going to be great for me to make covenants with God, and I can help out my family on the other side of the veil. But I don't think we give enough respect or enough thought to that. Even the very act of building the temple can begin to heal family wounds. So it's a great story. I appreciate you sharing that, Zoe.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's a great blessing for me. I saw miracles. And I know many people who saw much bigger ones.
right.
And in that thing, I'm sure.
Yep. No, for sure. Well,
But,
good enough. Well, okay. Zoe, Makayla, what are we talking about today?
You want to say?
sure.
You're the one who texted me. So.
We're talking about the feminine, I guess, side of Mormonism.
Yeah.
And how Mormonism should have a very rich feminine spiritual tradition, and we don't. And it causes lots of problems.
Because we've kind of lost it. It's Mormonism has it, but we've lost it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that exactly? Lost its rich tradition of femininity in the
That's
religion.
what the podcast is about.
That's what we're going to get into.
But the short version is that there are doctrines and there were practices in the early church which have been forgotten about today, or the implications have been forgotten.
And I've seen this a lot personally. I've talked to a lot of people where a lot of women, actually, in particular, where they're like, I don't really have a place in the gospel. This idea of, like, the gospel is all misogynistic. The Bible only talks about men. Why should I read the Bible? Because there's nothing for me to get from it. The idea of being a woman in the gospel is so boring because all I do is sit at home and listen to what my husband tells me to say. And that's not what Mormonism teaches. It's not what God wants for his daughters. Because we do have an identity. We are not just a nameless, faceless person existing in the background.
Absolutely.
I think.
Can Oh, go ahead. What's that?
I was just going to say, I think on that, I love, one of my pet peeves and also the things I love is when people have issues with a religion, which can be solved if you actually know what you're talking about. I am not one to say that what we have is perfect. I think it's incredibly arrogant to think that because everything's being filtered through men, and men are very fallible. I think it's very good, but what I'm saying is I think there are issues that could be raised or questions people could have. I'm like, I don't really know, and I don't know if it gets addressed, but sometimes you have an issue that gets raised. It's like, well, it's in the doctrine. Yeah. There is an answer if you just actually knew your religion.
Yeah.
100%. I've said for a little while that all the questions that the feminists are raising right now in church, in the LDS church, fundamentalism has the answer. You may not like the source from where it came from, but it is the answer, right? I'll give you an example. And then I have a quick pop quiz for both of you. On this very thing. Yeah. No study time, nothing. We're just going to test it. A few years back, there was a talk given in the LDS General Conference, and I can't remember who it was that did it, but it was one of the Big 12, right? One of the Big 15 up there, and they were talking about Heavenly Mother, and they said, we don't know her name, we don't know who she really was, but we know she exists. And I couldn't help but think there for a second, well, if you went back to the Adam God doctrine, you'd know a heck of a lot more than what you're saying you know now. Right?
I have so much beef with that talk because my ex-boyfriend used to use it to shut me down on talking about Heavenly Mother. So...
Ooh, okay.
I have so much beef there, but...
So when you were talking about a rich history of feminine ability within the Restoration, it jogged my memory on something I just found today. And I'm going to read this to you, but you guys need to tell me who said it. Okay? No cheating. I want no phones out.
Okay.
Here's a quote. We believe that women are useful, not only to sweep houses, wash dishes, make beds, and raise babies, but that they should be able to stand behind the counter, study law or physics, medicine, or become good bookkeepers, and be able to do the business in any counting house.
It's not Brigham Young.
That's Brigham Young.
Yeah.
The guy that gets beat up the most
Mm-hmm.
around women's issues and the gospel.
Yeah.
That dude's ahead of his time.
Yeah.
And so I bring up that quote to illustrate you two young ladies are not far off the mark at all. I think that there is a rich history here that has been ignored for far too long. And so I'm super excited to get into this.
Yeah, I mean, this is something else. And I guess I could look up the exact date. I think in Utah women's votes. But yeah, this very, very oppressive, very patriarchal Deseret territory was the first state in the Union
1870.
to let women vote.
And then it was taken away.
Yes. In 1870. Well, technically Wyoming, I think, passed. Wyoming and Utah passed a resolution about, and Wyoming was first, but Utah had an election before Wyoming did.
So we had it, we lost it because all the women were going to vote for plural marriage, and they're like, oh no!
Yeah.
So it's taken away, and then we regained it in 1896.
Yeah.
Which is typical, right? As I look at these issues, it's like, well, no, they can't really want that.
Yeah.
They're not smart enough to vote for what they want, right? Like,
Women of Mormondom. For anyone who hasn't read that book, go read that book. The last, third to half of it.
When was this book? Who wrote
it? It was written officially by Edward W. Toolidge, with high influence from the Relief Society. There's quotes from Eliza R. Snow visiting Relief Societies and saying, thank you so much for all your contribution to this book. But it was published under Edward W. Toolidge's name, and Brigham Young signed off on it. He thought it was a great idea, and he's like, yes, go write that book.
When?
It was published 1877. And the last, third or half of it, it's actually talking about plural marriage a lot, and then specifically, they had this huge conference. I think it was 5,000 women, and they would not let a single man attend. And the reason why was because they knew if they let any men attend, then the U.S. government would say, see, look at how the men are forcing you to do this. And the women were like, no, this is what we believe, this is what we want, this is what we want to vote for. And so we won't let the men attend, so they can't use that argument against us.
absolutely. Okay. So I'm going to ask I'm going to ask one more question here to each of you, and then we'll jump in. But who is your favorite female personality from church history?
That's hard. Right now, at this moment, I read a lot of stuff from Eliza R. Snow, but it's probably, I'm blanking on her name. Hiram Smith's
Mary
widow.
Fielding Smith. I was about to say Mary Fielding Smith.
Yeah, because she's great. There's a story of her where, she wants to come to Utah and crossing the plains and everything, and the captain of the group she's with is like, no, you're not prepared for that, you're not ready for that. And she's like, I will make myself prepared for it, and I will be ready for it, and I'm going to beat you there because you say I can't do it. And she does. Multiple things happen to prevent that from happening, and she beats them to Utah.
Including raising an oxen from the dead.
Yeah.
She raises an oxen from the dead on the plane.
It's great.
She's great. We might get into that more later. But yeah, I probably Mary Fielding Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Zoe?
Oh, I was going to say Mary Fielding Smith as well. Eliza R. Snow's great, but Mary Fielding Smith is fabulous.
I've been reading lots of books recently on women from the Restoration, so there's a lot of great stories.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know who I really liked?
Who?
Martha Hughes Cannon.
Ooh.
You know who she is?
Recognize the name.
So she was born in 1857. She comes from England. She's an early Mormon convert. Um, and she ends up being married to oh, what was Cannon? What was his first name?
George?
Can't remember. Who?
George Q. Cannon?
I think it's the son. I think she's married to the
Abraham?
son of George Q. Cannon.
Oh.
Don't
Abraham
quote me on it.
Cannon?
Maybe. I'd have to look. Let me see if I can pull it
Let's-
up here real quick. Angus Cannon.
Angus
Okay.
Cannon.
That one I don't know.
Such a
Okay.
name.
So, if I'm not mistaken, she was a plural wife.
Mhm.
And she does some amazing things. She is one of the first women to get elected as a state senator in Utah.
Mm.
Now, here's the interesting thing.
Oh, wait.
She beats her husband for that Senate seat.
Yeah.
Right? Beats her own husband. They stay married. Now, as a guy, I can promise you when Angus showed up to his next quorum meeting, there was a lot of, what's the matter, bro? Can't get your house in order. I mean, I have no historical documentation to prove this, but I promise you somebody gave that man a raft because there's no way dudes are making it out of there without giving him a little bit of guff over that. But she does some amazing things, moves on with healthcare, and she openly basically says, I can only do this because of plural marriage.
Mhm.
Right? I have more freedom now to do this. And so she's absolutely one of my heroes. I think she's an amazing woman. But
Yeah.
all right, I think that's enough of that. Let's jump in. What do you girls got?
Okay.
We're going to start with the doctrines that we find in Mormonism and then get into how they've been twisted and
more
some
of-
other effects.
See, well, I guess we say that Mormonism or the Restoration should have this rich, feminine, divine tradition. And so then this is why. Why should we?
Yeah.
And we have a list.
Yeah. So, starting with Doctrine on Heavenly Mother, you have Eliza Snow's poem that's turned into a hymn. It says, "In the heavens are parents single. No, the thought makes reason stare. Truth is reason, truth eternal. Tells me I have a mother there." There's also some scriptures that kind of point to this idea too. Proverbs, I've heard the idea before. I don't know if it's right. I think it's an interesting idea. But that you should read Proverbs as Heavenly Mother speaking to her children, because it is often referring to wisdom as a personified feminine. And so we have Proverbs chapter 8, if I can find scriptures.
Yeah. I guess I'd say, backing up, as opposed to mainstream Christianity, Mormonism or the Restoration has a very developed, or should have a very developed idea of the feminine divine.
Yeah.
We have this doctrine of Heavenly Mother, and it's one of the kind of bugbears in in the Restoration, as far as like you don't talk about Heavenly Mother. We don't talk about Heavenly Mother, and we'll get into this a little bit later. I think that it is out of this, partially out of a misplaced fear of either a misunderstanding or worrying about running into idolatry.
Yeah.
And
worshiping something closer to Ishtar.
Yeah. Or worshiping, the fear is that in worshiping the divine feminine, people's, sort of devotions will be misplaced. And I think that's stupid, because we don't avoid worshiping God for fear that our devotions will be misplaced to, some other god.
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid point. I think the other reason is that you can't really name her if you're trying to get rid of a doctrine. And let me explain this. If you're trying to jettison the Adam God doctrine, you also have to jettison the idea of we can name Heavenly Mother.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so once that doctrine starts to fall out of favor, well, now you have to go to kind of an ambiguous female deity that doesn't get approached, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't you if you can't name who God is, you certainly can't name who his
Mhm.
wife is. So what you have left over is things from like Eliza R. Snow that
Mhm.
leaves modern mainstream LDS church. And I'm not trying to crap on the church here. I'm just telling you what I think from a
Mhm.
historical perspective. If you can't name God, you certainly couldn't name his wife.
Yeah.
And so you have to kind of distance yourself from that.
Yeah. And
Just a thought.
I mean, you see evidence of this. This is one of 3 books. The Complete Discourses and Poetry of Eliza R. Snow. It was published in 2024. And it has a little, I think it was put together by someone in the LDS church. I'm not positive on that though. But it has a little like historical background section in it, and part of it goes over Adam God and is like, yeah, we don't believe that or anything. And every time she mentions it, which is usually when she's talking about Heavenly Mother, it has a footnote to refer you back to that historical section.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
But no, it's definitely true. One of the things that we're also going to talk about later is an idea of, and I should say, one of the tenets of restoration theology, which is nearest and dearest to my heart, is the idea of literal childhood.
Yeah.
So within the restoration, at least within the sort of Brighamite branches of the restoration, we believe in humans as the literal children of God, body and spirit, in a way that is radical and life-changing. And part of that is, to my mind, an idea of Adam, God, and then, by extension, all of the Heavenly Mother things click. Because we hear about Eve, they talk about Eve, and so to have the doctrine of her as our Heavenly Mother changes everything.
Yeah.
And it changes the way we view her. I think you have a bunch of notes about this.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll hold off on that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But Proverbs 8, I'm not going to read all the verses we have because it's a lot. But you see this personification with doth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice. She standeth in the top of high places, by the way in the places of the paths. She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city, and at the coming in of the doors. So you see this personification happen.
Like Lady Wisdom.
Yeah. And then you have, it's talking about the creation.
22.
Yeah. And it says, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. When there were no depths, I was brought forth, when there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth. When he established the clouds above. When he strengthened the fountains of the deep. When he gave to sea his decree, that the waters should not pass to his commandment. When he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him, as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. So it's showing that wisdom and this personified feminine is there in the beginning with the Father. And I like the NRSV translation a little better of verse 30, where it says, then I was by him as one brought up with him. Because in the King James, it almost sounds like a child that we're talking about.
So we have a copy here of the NRSV, which is broadly considered, I think, to be one of the more accurate.
Depending on who you talk to.
Depending on who you talk to. But, so, I'm just going to back up a little bit. It says, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when he established the fountains of the deep, when he assigned to the sea its limit so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations of the earth, then I was beside him like a master worker. I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him always, rejoicing in his inhabited world and delighting in the human race.
Wow. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying there. I do like that translation better. The one thing I thought about in verse 30 there, where it says, then I was by him as one brought up with him.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know about our Father and God? Well, he was a man. He was mortal like the rest of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this life, if if we pass judgment, right, the judgment bar of God, we ascend, right? If we look at historical temple patterns, it's an ascension, right? You start at the very bottom and you work your way up top. And I couldn't stop but wonder if what she is saying, if this is Heavenly Mother talking, is saying, I was brought up with him, meaning I was
I
exalted
ascended
with
with
him.
him.
Mm.
Ooh.
And that to me is what jumped out in that verse, right? I was brought up with him. We ascended together, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. Right. And now it paints this picture of God looking at his wife, uh, delighting in her, right? This thing where they come together. And even the word Elohim, right, which we find in the scripture and in the temple, that's a plural verb, right? And for a lot of years I thought, okay, this was a council of male gods who was there. I don't think that's it. Given that the gospel is a very family structured, I would think that council was probably husband and wives, I
Yeah.
would guess. um
And women is very much a creature of creation. There's a book called Consider Yourself as Eve by Megan Farner, where she has this table that she's created of here's a feminine spirit in things and here's a masculine spirit in things. And one of the things it has in that table is the feminine takes the spiritual and makes it physical, and then the masculine takes the physical and makes it spiritual. And you see this, for example, women, we give birth and we are bringing spirit children into the physical realm and giving them bodies, and then the men baptize those, and it's another birth, but it's a spiritual ordinance where you're taking something physical and making it spiritual.
That's awesome. Yep.
And I think
Totally.
on the Elohim thing, our good family friend Tracy Roberts, who's been on here before, I believe.
Yep.
He definitely believes that. He talks about Elohim as the a masculine and feminine, say a man and a woman glorified as that's God, and this is I think scripturally based. I mean, because this is a DNC 132 thing, but you have to be sealed to be exalted. And the sealing means, well, the two shall become one flesh, right? So half of a marriage is not going to get exalted without the other half. I feel like that
Can cause some issues.
I don't think it works like that.
Right. No, I hear you.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Another one we have is 1 Nephi 11. This is when Nephi goes to ask about the Tree of Life vision, verse 13 through 22.
Yeah, sure. So he says, and it came to pass that I looked and beheld the great city of Jerusalem, and also other cities. And I beheld the city of Nazareth, and in the city of Nazareth I beheld a virgin, and she was exceedingly fair and white. And it came to pass that I saw the heavens open, and an angel came down and stood before me, and he said unto me, Nephi, what beholdest thou? And I said unto him, A virgin, most beautiful and fair above all other virgins. And he said unto me, Knowest thou the condescension of God? And I said unto him, I know that he loveth his children. Nevertheless, I do not know the meaning of all things. And he said unto me, Behold, the virgin whom thou seest is the mother of the Son of God, after the manner of the flesh. And it came to pass that I beheld that she was carried away in the Spirit. And after she had been carried away in the Spirit for the space of a time, the angel spake unto me, saying, Look. And I looked, and beheld the virgin again, bearing a child in her arms. And the angel said unto me, Behold the Lamb of God, yea, even the Son of the Eternal Father. Knowest thou the meaning of the tree which thy father saw? And I answered him, saying, Yea, it is the love of God, which sheddeth itself abroad in the hearts of the children of men, wherefore it is the most desirable above all things.
So here, you often have the interpretation, so the Tree of Life is the love of God. And so you often have the interpretation that means it's just Christ. I believe that's a completely valid interpretation that it is Christ. I'm not saying it's not Christ. But I think it's more than that, because if it was just Christ, he could have showed Christ's ministry on the earth, him coming, suffering, bleeding, dying. What the angel shows Nephi, oh sorry, what the angel shows Nephi is the Virgin Mary, and then Mary holding the Christ child, which shows that the love of God is the mother and the mother with her child. And so it is Christ, but it's more than that. It's his wife, it's his family.
Yeah, and I think this is something. So I have mixed feelings about the wonderful man we call Martin Luther, because he obviously he did much good in sort of opening the world up with the Protestant Reformation and creating a sort of environment in which the Restoration would be able to grow. But also, he threw many babies out with the bathwater. Because, for all you say, I have a deep respect for the Catholic Church. I think that the idea that it is the great and abominable church is completely ridiculous. Because there are only two churches. There's a church of the Lamb of God and there's a church of the devil. And the Catholic Church is not the church of the devil.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And I think there's issues. Undoubtedly, nobody's...
Welcome to mankind.
Yeah, welcome to mankind. But I also think that there is a lot of beauty and a lot of truth that, as Mormons, who come from a Protestant tradition, we don't have. Because the Protestants, it was less, I should say, in some respects, it feels less like a turning back to Scripture and more like a, let's be not Catholic. Let's be as anti-Catholic as we can. But the problem is, there was truth. And I think part of this is, though misplaced, the Catholic Church has a much more well-developed divine feminine tradition than Protestantism does. So I do not condone this sort of Marian, almost, I would say worship, and that would get me a lot of angry Catholics.
Yeah.
They call it adoration.
Adoration. Marian adoration. I do not condone the Marian adoration, but I also think that there's a very important sort of truth there, as far as God was the child of a woman. And it's through this woman that he shows himself to mankind. And in that way, it is a redemption for Eve, right? So, the serpent that the descendant of Eve is going to get bitten by and then crush its head. Obviously, we believe that's Christ, but more than that, I think people don't think about, again, the redemption of Eve. And if you have a belief in the Adam-God doctrine, then the redemption of Eve maybe doesn't even need to happen. But just biblically, if you have the idea of, oh, well, humanity is cursed because of a woman, then humanity is, or I should say, through a woman we get taken away from God, right? Through the actions of Eve, we get cast out of the garden, and then through the Virgin Mary, God comes back down to us.
Right. You know, you brought up Eve being the being labeled the source of all of humanity's problems. And if it's one thing that I love about the Restoration and Joseph Smith is he's going to overturn some theological tables in that department. In Joseph's day, you're 100% correct. The dominant theology stated all of mankind's woes comes because Eve just had to eat the fruit. Right? Yeah. There's no nuance there. And because of that, we see a series of events where God's daughters are essentially shoved to the back, right? And the men kind of are content to keep them there. Joseph comes along, and Joseph begins to reveal some things, restore some things from God about womanhood and about their place in it. And it's so dramatic that now not only is it not Eve's, it's not to the blame of Eve that we go through this mortal toil, right? It's for our benefit. And she plays a heroic position in that, being she's the one who reasons things out and says, and here I'm going to, inject a little bit of my own beliefs here. So take it with a grain of salt. But I can only imagine Eve in the garden going, God told us to have kids and we're not having any. What's going on here? Right? That process starts. And she's the one that ultimately allows for us to be here, to be there. Then Joseph's not done, right? Joseph gets more revelation and he says, yeah, fellas, listen, if you want to get to where you ultimately want to go, you don't get to get there by yourself. You need a wife. And it's only together that you two will be able to attain everything Mormonism has to offer, both in this life and the life to come. So it is a radical message regarding feminine, the divine feminine nature within every woman that he addresses and brings forth. And it sets Christianity on fire a little bit, as it should.
There's a quote in The Woman of Mormondom. I thought I had it in my document. I don't, unfortunately. But it's talking about Eve partaking of the fruits. And it says something along the lines of, the mother came and she chose to take of it. And it would have outraged motherhood if she hadn't. Because it is part of her role and part of her sacrifice to eat and fall and condescend for her children. And if she had let Adam do so first, it would have been an outrage to motherhood.
Absolutely. Great point. Who made that in that book? Who said that?
It's Edward W. Toolidge. I don't think that quote is said to or attributed to anyone. There's some other quotes near it, I think. I think he's playing off a lot of what Brigham Young has said. Because Brigham Young has some quotes that are similar to that.
Yeah, and I think part of it too, well, first off, again, I believe in sort of Adam God reframes it all from this horrible tragedy that consigns us to the tragedy that is this mortality to the ultimate sacrifice of being willing to, as Christ did, right? Christ is, our second Adam, and in that you can say, well, he did the same things. He's willing to condescend for and fall and have the toil and the struggles because as exalted beings they didn't have to do that, and they chose to for our sakes, that we could be born for the redemption of our bodies, much as Christ did for the redemption of our spirits. And I also think that one other aspect of this is that in restoration theology, our bodies are not bad things.
Yeah.
So one very common thread in mainstream Christianity, and this maybe goes back to sort of the Gnostic tradition, and maybe goes back to other places, but there's an idea of the flesh as bad. Body, you're just, and one of the, it's all over the sort of doctrinal teachings of, well, once you're released from your body, so one of my favorite hymns is Come Thou Fount. But in it, there's a bunch of, clothed in flesh till death shall loose me. I cannot proclaim it well. And so when you have the idea of body, like the physical body, as a curse, as a cage, then the fact that Eve fell and we got physical bodies sucks. It's awful.
Right.
Because she just consigned generations to back pain. Like, thanks a lot.
Right.
But within the restoration, there's an idea of the physical as holy as well. And it's fallen, but that doesn't mean that the concept is bad, right? We believe in a God that has a body.
Right.
And we believe that our bodies are not cages, but enable us to do more things that our spirit ever could. Which is the complete turning all of the Christian doctrine completely on its head.
Joseph Smith steps into the picture and he says, "We came to this earth that we might have a body and present it pure before God in the celestial kingdom. The great principle of happiness consists in having a body. The devil has no body, and herein is his punishment. He is pleased when he can obtain the tabernacle of man, and when cast out by the Savior, he asked to go into the herd of swine, showing that he would prefer a swine's body to having none. All beings who have body have power over those who have not. No person can have this salvation except through a tabernacle."
Interesting.
There you go.
Yeah.
Says it right there.
Yep, you even have it showing up in 1 Corinthians 3. It says, "Know ye not that your body is a temple, and defile not your body, because then you are defiling the temple, and you will be destroyed."
Know ye not
Right.
that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
Yeah.
If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy.
Yeah.
For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are.
Yeah.
So I guess this is to say that it exists in, I think, biblically. There is some idea of this, and it's just in sort of, again, mainstream Christian ideas and theology that it's become to be
forgotten
a problem.
or twisted.
Yeah, and I can see why, because again, the body is limiting. We have mortal eyes, we have mortal desire, fleshy desires, and so then it's like, well, what is the ultimate goal? Is the ultimate goal to be free from all of that, or is the ultimate goal to have that all be purified and turned holy?
Yeah.
And I think we are going to talk about this a little bit later. But obviously Mormon doctrine is very explicit about God having a body. And the biggest one I think of that is in Ether. What was the reference?
Ether 3:16 and 17.
Okay.
You also have Doctrine and Covenants, section 130:22, where it says the Father has a body of flesh and bones, and the Son has also.
Ether 3. Yes, so 6 through 17. So this is the brother of Jared, and they're getting ready to leave, and he's built these barges, and he's like, but they're dark. We can't be in the dark. And God's like, well, what do you want me to do? And the brother of Jared's like, I'm going to make these stones, and you touch them, and then they'll glow. It says, and it came to pass that when the brother, this is from Ether chapter 3. And it came to pass that when the brother of Jared had said these words, behold, the Lord stretched forth his hand and touched the stones one by one with his finger. And the veil was taken from off the eyes of the brother of Jared, and he saw the finger of the Lord, and it was as the finger of a man, like unto flesh and blood. And the brother of Jared fell down before the Lord, and he was struck with fear. And the Lord saw that the brother of Jared had fallen to the earth, and the Lord said unto him, Arise, why hast thou fallen? And he saith unto the Lord, I saw the finger of the Lord, and I feared lest he should smite me, for I knew not that the Lord had flesh and blood. And the Lord said unto him, Because of thy faith thou hast seen that I shall take upon me flesh and blood, and never has man come before me with such exceeding faith as thou hast. For were it not so, ye could not have seen my finger. Sawest thou more than this? And then a little bit later, he says, Behold, the Lord showed himself unto him, and said, Because thou knowest these things, ye are redeemed from the fall. And I'm going to come back to this later. Therefore ye are brought back into my presence, therefore I show myself unto you. Behold, I am he who was prepared from the foundation of the world to redeem my people. Behold, I am Jesus Christ, I am the Father and the Son. In me shall all mankind have life, and that eternally. Even they who shall believe on my name, and they shall become my sons and my daughters. And I never have I showed myself unto man whom I have created, for never hast man believed in me as thou hast. Seest thou that ye are created after mine own image? Yea, even all men were created in the beginning after mine own image. Behold, this body which ye now behold is the body of my spirit, and man have I created after the body of my spirit. And even as I appear unto thee to be in the spirit, I will appear unto my people in the flesh. It says, and now as I, Moroni, said, I could not make a full account of these things which are written. Therefore it sufficeth me to say that Jesus showed himself unto this man in the spirit, even after the manner and in the likeness of the same body, even as he showed himself unto the Nephites. And obviously this, there's some quotes from Joseph Smith about how spirit is tangible. It's matter. It's just more refined, and we can't see it with our mortal eyes. If you want to look up stuff about being made in the image, That would be good.
Yeah, that's
So we're
part
gonna
of that is going to be Genesis.
Yeah.
1.
So I have one more thing I want to say about this,
Okay.
which again, like we are made in the image of God, male and female, and this should be a tip off at the very beginning that there is a divine feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And see, within sort of Christian or Jewish understanding, they think that that means that God is both masculine and feminine in one being, and just presents himself as male when interacting with humanity, and that is an abomination, because God is a God of distinctions. And his creative process is one of separation, which is something that humans can't do. At the very beginning, he separates the darkness from the light, and he separates the earth from the waters, and he separates the waters above from the waters below, and he separates man from woman. And in the combining of things, there is evil. And this is a larger topic than we can get into at this time, but one of the ways you can understand the character of God is by looking at the characters of the other gods. Right. Because he's not like any of them. And this is something that's quite spicy, perhaps, but I think it's very valuable. There is, I think it's Psalm 82 that says, like, the gods of the nations are demons, basically. There's a man by the name of Jonathan Cahn, who is a Messianic rabbi, and he wrote an amazing book called The Return of the Gods. And his basic thesis is that all of the, Ishtar and Baal and Molech and or Baal, I guess, and Molech, and all of these pagan gods, there is a spiritual reality behind all of that. Because they manifest themselves to humans across cultures and times in much similar ways. There is, and this is why you have Zeus and you also have Odin. And it's like, they're the same god. But one of them's Norse and the other one is Greek. And those cultures didn't really have a ton of interplay, at least then, I think. But, his idea is, well, there's a demonic reality, a spiritual reality, that's manifesting itself to people and gets worshipped. Right. And so then it's more of a sort of a battle of like, okay, well, we have a god, but there's also these sort of demons that get worshipped as gods, and they come back. So his theory is that before Jesus came, the world was full of the worship of these demons, was possessed, basically, oppressed, at least, by them. The Lord comes, he cleanses the earth, and Christianity spreads like wildfire. But the demons aren't gone. Such things don't just disappear. They just, for the moment, don't have power over the world. But then, there's a parable, I think it's in Matthew 7, it might be Matthew 14, I don't remember, but of a man who's possessed of a demon. And it gets cast out of him, and it goes and wanders in the wilderness, and then comes back and finds the man's mind empty.
Right.
And goes and gets 7 other demons worse than itself, and they all possess the man together, and he's worse than before he was ever cleansed. And so, well, the answer is that you're going to serve somebody.
Yeah.
That's a Bob Dylan song, but it's true. You gotta serve somebody, and you're going to be possessed by...
Whoa. Time out. Did you just really quote Bob Dylan on the Mormon Renegade
I
podcast?
did.
That is amazing and awesome. Good for you. You found respect for Zoe. That was awesome. All right. Sorry. I had to key that up and call a timeout. That was amazing. All right.
Yeah, it might be the devil and it might be the Lord, but you gotta serve somebody, right? And so the idea is that you have to be filled with some spirit. And you're going to be filled with the spirit of the Lord, or you're going to be filled with the spirit of one of these other spiritual beings who are not as nice as he is. And when you have, so his sort of thesis is that as the world has rejected the gospel, they've opened themselves up to these ancient demons who've come back, and a lot of the evils we see in the world today are really, it's really just the worship of Ishtar and Baal and Molech come back again.
Couldn't agree with you more. I have made the statement on this podcast several times. We still worship those gods as a society. Let's not mince words here. The only thing that's changed is that it's been repackaged for modern consumption.
Yeah.
And so the priests of Moloch now, all they've done is swap out their red robes for white lab coats in Planned Parenthood. That's it.
Yep.
That's the difference. And that is such an important point to realize, because if you can name and identify the ancient evil that's happening here, you have a better shot of being able to decipher the messages, which are so that go so easily to co-opt people into it. I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's completely true, though.
And that's the thing, is the devil's very cunning. He will package his message in whatever way is best for you to take it in. My brother served his mission in Sierra Leone, Africa, and he still sees all that witchcraft possession that we read about in the Bible over there, because they'll accept that over there, and they won't completely reject it out of hand over there. But we live in a secular world that is going more and more atheist and agnostic, and so the devil has to work in a different way.
Right, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care if you say you believe in him. I mean, the greatest lie, right, the devil ever made people believe is that he didn't exist.
Yeah.
And I think that's Screw Tape. Is this it's Screw Tape from the Screw Tape letters. But it's very true. And again, he doesn't care if you say you believe in the devil or not. It doesn't matter to him. But it's been this way from the very beginning, and for some reason we've forgotten. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and powers of the air, and against spiritual wickedness in high places. It's been the same. We do not change, and this battle does not change. We just think we're so much better than the people back then. We would never worship Molech. We would never worship Ishtar. Oh, it's so pagan and primitive. It's like, well, perhaps, but
in a different way.
So, basically, this is a whole long tangent, but it's important because Ishtar, or Ashra, the Queen of Heaven, Ashtaroth, there's a whole bunch of names, is, she gets power from the combining of things and the breaking down and dissolution of boundaries. She's often portrayed as a hermaphrodite of sorts, with like breasts and a penis. And so I refuse to believe that my God is like that.
Right.
My God is a God of separations, and it's very clear. And I had a Restoration Torah conference talk on this. So if you want to hear me,
good. I recommend. I listen to it.
If you want to hear me,
wait. What's that, Zoe? The Restoration Torah Conference. When is that this year? When does that come up?
That's a good question. I believe it is the 22nd and 23rd of May.
Oh, so that's coming up in just a few months.
It is.
Can people attend virtually?
They can. Or you can attend in person. Well, you should go to restorationtorahconference.org and see what's there. I don't know if it's been updated this year. My father might not be too happy. I'm directing people to a website that hasn't been updated yet.
That you went ahead and you got the shameless plug in there.
Yeah. I did get the shameless plug. But
you can just blame me, and if I need to take it out later, I will.
Sounds good. But what I'm saying is, it's more that we can get into, but I did have a talk on it about Ishtar and the modern worship of Ishtar and the idea of Jehovah as a god of separation. Anyway.
Sounds like a podcast, Zoe.
And it's good. Saying. I recommend. I listen to it. So
yes, it sounds like a future podcast. If you're
I would love. This is something I very care about. So this is me saying that when God creates man and women in His image, it's not because He is both of them combined. It's because there are two beings that are jointly God.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to. Here, you read that, and then I'm going to come back to the ether, because there's something else cool.
Yeah, just with in His image, you find that in Genesis 1, verse 27. You also find it in Moses and Abraham. It's basically the same verse, just a different chapter number for Abraham. And it's like one off for Moses, I think. And it says, so God created man in His own image, and in the image of God created He him. Male and female created He them. And if I remember correctly, I am not a Hebrew scholar. I just talk to those who are. But the word for image there is a physical thing. It's not just this idea that's out there. It is a physical image.
Yeah. And in this, in this idea of being made in the image of God, right, that lends dignity to the body.
Mm-hmm.
And it also lends dignity to the sort of separation of men and women and how they're both created in the image of God. It's been divinely ordained. And it was like that in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
In a state of perfection, there was still this sort of dichotomy.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so then I guess the other thing, which is amazing to me, is that, and we're going to get into sort of the scriptures around the literal childhood of us. But this is from Ether 3:13. Said, and when he had said these words, that's the brother of Jared, behold, the Lord showed himself unto him and said, behold, because thou knowest these things, ye are redeemed from the fall. Therefore ye are brought back into my presence. Therefore I show myself unto you. So this is something that I care so much about, because there's this idea in Aristotle's Poetics, which is basically his How to Write a Play 101 manual by Aristotle. And he talks about in tragedies, which are not our idea of tragedies. In Greek thought, a tragedy is a work that treats something seriously. It doesn't necessarily mean, it's more like what we call like a drama, or it's not a comedy. The tragedy as opposed to comedy, not necessarily meaning everybody dies at the end, although a good chunk of them do. Well, which is fair, because this life everybody dies at the end too. So I mean, but he says that one of the two things you can have as a sort of pinnacle of the emotional build of this is what's called anagnoresis, and it's a moment of recognition. And one of the where in a moment you go from ignorance to knowledge, and your sort of eyes are opened. So one classic example of this in Greek culture is of Oedipus. When he realizes what's happened, it's the emotional climax of the story, and it's this moment of really recognizing. A really good example from the Bible is in Luke, I think 24, with the men on the road to Emmaus, and Christ comes and he talks to them, and there's this build up of the story, and then they realize it's him, and he leaves.
Right.
It's a very sort of Greek framing, and recently I've developed more of a respect for the Greek culture, because I think a lot of times it's like, oh well, the Greeks and the Romans ruined the church or whatever, but also like ancient Greece was much closer to ancient Israel than we are now. The cultures are much closer, and so I've come to find a lot of wisdom. And so there's this idea. Another really good example is with Joseph and his brothers, right? When they realize that it's their brother in front of them, and so this is what Ether has with the Lord. So I never knew you had a body. He sees the Lord, and he's like, oh my gosh, and then it reframes everything else.
Right.
And then you realize that, like with Joseph's brothers, they go in an instant from being these wretched, Canaanite men who have stolen from the second in command to Pharaoh and probably deserve to die, to the brothers of the second in command of Pharaoh, and therefore they have the right to call on him.
Right.
And so when we realize who God is, when we realize the fact that we are literally his children, then that is salvation, because now we realize that we have the right to relationship with him. We have the right to his protection and his mercy. We're not just some random little creations, we're his children. And there's obligations that go along with that. And it gives us dignity, and it gives our relationship with him dignity, and it changes everything.
Absolutely.
So I think we should probably roll into the...
Yeah, so verses that go with how we are literal children of God. We have Acts 17, Verse 28-29, it says, "For in him we live and move and have our being, as certain also of your poets have said, for we are also his offspring. For as much then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold or silver or stone, graven by art or man's device." Offspring there is also, in the Greek, it is like literal childhood. It's not, because people like to sometimes make this out to be like, oh no, he's talking figuratively or just spiritually, but it's associated with like actually being born and being the literal physical children of somebody. We also have Romans 8 verse 16 and 17, where it says, "The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ. If so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together." You want to read your little
Oh,
thing
yes. Oh, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah.
From the Romans 8.
16.
Let's see. Well, no, where's the adoption?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm trying to find.
Oh, you're good. You're just fine.
The next verse.
There's a verse in Romans 18, talking about.
You mean 8?
Oh, 8. Sorry,
Yeah.
Romans 8. Is it the Romans 18? That we get the spirit of adoption by which we cry, Abba, Father. And Braxton talked about this on his Restoration podcast, and I want to reiterate again what he said, which is, this is from Systematic Theology, but it says, when you speak of adoption, it's a legal process. Well, now, you only get adopted if you're not a child.
Yeah.
But in this time, in Roman culture, right, this is to the Romans, it was a sort of claiming of a child that was already yours. Maybe you have, children with a bunch of women, and some of them are slaves and some of them are concubines, but there's this legal process of saying, this is a child, this is a son of mine or a daughter of mine that I want to inherit. To inherit my position, my power, my wealth. And this is true, because we go from being children to children who stand to inherit the goodness and the glory and the power of God.
Absolutely. Which is the promise, right? Which is
That's
the
the
whole
promise.
reason for Christ's ministry, is to bridge that gap so that we can have that, so that he can rectify the damage that has been done in our lives. I love that.
And I just think one more thing is, one thing that the Restoration, specifically Brigham, I guess, takes flack from Christianity, is the idea that we are like God and we can become gods. That's heretical, but
Even though it's found in the Psalms.
well,
I
look
was
at
gonna
that. I just
say,
looked
there's
at
one
it,
in
and
the
also
Psalms where it
Revelation.
says you are literally the sons of God, right?
Yeah, but it makes sense because, again, literal childhood. I am going to grow up and I'm going to be like my father. And if I'm not growing up to be like my father, something's wrong. And I'm not actually his child. We are the children of God, and what do the children do? They grow up and they be like their parents. I want to grow up and be like my parents when I get big.
Yep. Absolutely. I couldn't it's such an important thing, right? And this is one of those things where I'm going to make a categorical statement. I'm going to get spicy now, and I anticipate the hate mail to come from some of our sectarian brothers and sisters here, but you cannot fully understand Jesus or his mission without understanding the divine parentage from where we all come from. You cannot understand the scope of love that exists without it. I don't think we fully can understand it anyway, but you can get a heck of a lot closer if you recognize the familiar ties and bonds that make that a thing.
Yeah. This is the first principle of the gospel, to know the nature and character of God. Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting because Jesus says the same thing in John, right? This is life eternal, to know.
Know me, the only true God,
Yeah.
and Jesus Christ.
And Jesus Christ. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, you want to read from Psalms?
Yeah, so Psalm 82:6, which I think, if I remember right, Christ quotes. It gets the Pharisees and or Sadducees mad at him.
I think it's in Mark, but...
Yeah. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Eliza R. Snow said a lot of things along these lines, too, when she was talking to the women of the Relief Society. She's, constantly trying to get this into their heads of... in looking upon my sisters, I see the daughters of Eve, and we possess the germ of becoming queens in the eternal worlds. We should all remember that we are daughters of the Most High, and should endeavor to honor that calling.
And I think it's also worth talking about just the way the Relief Society has changed since its foundation. Drastically so. When it started, it was sort of semi-autonomous. Now you think about the Relief Society, and it's, we, make meals for the sick people, and we have little cute events, and maybe we have, a prayer list or whatever. And it was very much different. Again, over time, the power of so much has been... So many facets of the church have just been shaved down and shorn of their glory. So even the idea of, literal kingdom of God, right? We're going to build the kingdom of God on the earth. It's going to be a physical... political entity. You have the sort of Council of 50 whose job it is to establish the kingdom of God, and nobody talks about that. Now we're just a church. And what people don't understand is that those things are inseparable. The spiritual is the political, and vice versa. And this is the sort of thing with the Relief Society of it is nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, so the Relief Society, when it was set up by Joseph Smith, you actually had to apply to get into it. You had to have two women within the Relief Society speak on your behalf. And part of that was to make sure everyone was kind of on the same page with it and was actually committed. And it was... I want to make sure I phrase this correctly, because what I'm about to say can be misinterpreted, and I don't want to be misinterpreted. It is set up... Joseph Smith set up the Relief Society in the same way he set up the priesthood. He says something along those lines. The Relief Society is to help aid the bishop. Eliza R. Snow talks about that a lot, of how the bishop's kind of like the father over the ward in a sense, and so the Relief Society is to come and help with that. But it's supposed to be more than that as well. And where the men have priesthood, the women have the Relief Society. And there's a quote that's often quoted as Joseph Smith turned the keys for the Relief Society. In the original minutes for the Nauvoo Relief Society, it says that Joseph Smith turned the keys to the Relief Society for them to start it and run it. They were also, it was put forward that they have offices the same way that the priesthood has offices, though they did have, it's talked about a lot. It isn't really explained, but you can kind of get it from context clues in Eliza R. Snow's writings when she's talking to the Relief Society. They did have an office of teacher, which was, yes, you go and preach the gospel. This is also the ministering sisters that you'll see, where you go and you help take care of the people, you help with births, you help with things like that. And those women were also, the women were highly called upon if you were within the Relief Society, and then especially if you were within this calling of teacher in the Relief Society, to give blessings. Because women do have access to God. So confinement blessings,
what are those?
Confinement blessings is basically, to my understanding, I'm still trying to find more sources on it because it's kind of hard to find stuff on. But it's basically the blessing that you give that a woman
washing and anointing
right before birth,
prior to.
It's also called a mother's blessing.
Yeah, I've heard some other names for it too.
So you mind if I share a story real quick?
Absolutely.
My wife, Tanya, that we just had a baby. Mm-hmm. When she came into the family, she said, before she came in, I should say, when we were courting, I'll never forget the conversation where we were coming from. We were in the truck, and she said, you probably need to know that doctors, multiple doctors have told me that I won't be able to have children.
Mm-hmm.
There's some stuff there going on. And I said, it's okay. I understand. And she said, according to the doctors, I can't even get pregnant. And I'm like, I still love you. I still want you. None of that. While it would be nice and I'd be blessed, I'm worried about having you, is what I'd said. And so to our surprise, she got pregnant, but she miscarried. And we ended up having about 3 or 4 miscarriages. And when we got to Missouri here, we find out about mother's blessings. And this last time, we pulled out every single stop. And there were some other things that went along with this, but I wanna say this: she received a mother's blessing, and her sister wife was there for that and really participated in that. And this time we got through it. This time we had a kid. And again, I go back to many of the questions that are asked in the LDS Church now concerning the role of women and priesthood and the divine feminine. We are uniquely positioned to answer. They may not like everything that goes along with it, but nonetheless, it's 100% in the historical record. You're absolutely correct. We do have women who were exercising priesthood back in the day. If I'm not mistaken, early on, one of the things that you ladies brought up here about Mary Fielding Smith, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back and look at the record. You might have a better record than I do, but I think there was priesthood that she exercised in that and getting that oxen up.
She anointed it and laid hands on its head.
According to Women of Mormondom, she went and got another man to do that anointing.
Okay.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah.
So priesthood was involved. Okay.
Yeah.
At
least according to the Women of Mormondom. I don't know if there's other sources that say something else.
It's entirely possible.
But you do have, this is from Discourses of Eliza Snow. She's talking to a Relief Society somewhere. Salt Lake City 20th Ward Relief Society, June 3rd, 1869. And she's been talking for a while now about women, like, this is part of your duty, this is part of your role to bless the women and children in your life. And she says, in the notes, it says, when Sister Snow was asking the sisters to impart anything of utility to the sisters that all might be benefited, she thought if she spoke, she would relate an incident which occurred with her when her first son was about 6 weeks old. He was taken very sick one day. The prophet Joseph came in. He told her... Sorry. I thought you were saying be quieter. He was taken very sick one day. The prophet Joseph came in. He told her to bathe the child and anoint it with oil and administer to it, and he would get well. She had always followed that course since and found it always to be good.
And what was the name of that woman?
That was Eliza Snow, who did that talking to the Relief Societies in 1869.
Yeah. Yep.
There's also teachings from Prophet Joseph Smith talks about how there was an argument that happened. I can't remember what meeting in, but it revolved around, can women give healing blessings? Is that allowed? And he was like, well, yeah. Like, if God's healing them, obviously they're okay with it. There's no more sin in a woman laying her hands upon her child's head than it is to wash with water.
Absolutely.
So this is, again, it's there. Mm-hmm. And so when there's a lot of discourse now around, women's priesthood and, the church doesn't ordain women and so it's so awful and women don't have the priesthood and that's so awful. It's like, well,
we just have a different role within the priesthood and the power of God, and it depends on how you're defining priesthood.
There's also obviously temple work, women's priesthood within the temple, and especially, I guess you could say higher levels, but it's there. It's all already there. We don't need to reform it.
We just got to go back.
Right, and the other thing is, I have deep sympathy. And I understand for the people who try to do the sort of Heavenly Mother stuff now. And they want the women's priesthood because it's a very valid longing. Because it is there. It's true. It's supposed to be there. But the problem is that in wandering away from, in not understanding or not knowing about the historical way, people wander to strange paths and are lost. And
it is very important to remember that men and women are different. We have different roles, and that is good. There's a book that I read recently that I love. I don't agree with everything in it, but a lot of it was really good and really helpful to me. I will slow down. Called Magnetic Femininity by Ali Duzet. And in it, she says, where masculine energy is leading, feminine energy is following. This was a very distressing thing for me to come to terms with 10 years ago when I started grappling with this, because I viewed myself as a leader. When I prayed about it, I heard, you are the left hand. I was making cookies at the time. I saw that my right hand, my dominant hand, was the masculine energy in this example. It was taking the lead with stirring, but my left hand was holding the bowl. If I let go of the bowl, I couldn't stir, and if I tried to hold the bowl with my right hand and stir with my left, the stirring process was unnecessarily difficult and inconvenient. It made the most sense to let my right hand lead the process and my left hand follow. This didn't mean that my left hand was less important. Both the masculine and feminine roles are equally important, just different in function and presentation. Being the follower is not less than. It is just as important and perhaps even more important because anyone can lead, but only if someone chooses to follow them. The follower gets to choose who they will follow, and if they do not volunteer the cooperation one way or another, the leadership will fail.
right.
I personally disagree with the more important comment. I think both are important just in different ways.
Right. I think there's a really lovely quote that I don't have up. I didn't realize I would need it, but about how the first follower takes the crazy guy into a leader. There's a transformation there.
Now say that one more time.
The first follower takes some random crazy dude to a leader.
Right. No, that's kind of true. In fact, when kind of a different way, right? I wouldn't say leader and stuff, but I remember Tanya said something once to Amber that I just happened to overhear. She's like, I'll forever be grateful for you because I don't have to housebreak David. So it's in some ways, Amber did that forework, right? She was that first one who was like, I don't know what she saw. I'll just say that now. When Amber met me, my hair was long, both my ears were pierced. I mean, I was a little out there. And but Zoe, that quote actually makes a lot of sense, right? I wouldn't be the guy that I can be for Tanya without Amber doing the really hard work first, right? But that's so true. That's 100% true, Zoe. I couldn't help but that really seemed to resonate a lot.
Yeah, and I think the other sort of part of it, again, is, the men have to be married in order to be exalted. Our exaltation and the exaltation of the men are tied up together in such a way that they cannot be disentangled. And a part of that also is the sort of the choosing of it, because one of the ways I think that the discussion around gender roles and biblical gender roles and all of that gets perverted is the idea that the women have to submit to the men, which is not true. The idea is you submit to your husband, specifically, not just men in general.
Right.
So, as somebody who values that, I'm not, just because you happen to be born a man, does not mean you're worthy of respect. Does not mean you're worthy of being followed. Does not mean you're worthy of obedience or submission or any of that. I'm going to choose somebody who is a good enough man and who is close enough to God that I say, okay, I trust you, I respect you, and I'm going to honor you by saying, all right, to you, I will do these things and be these things, and submit or obey, and not just to men in general.
Yeah.
Because that's awful. I'm not going to submit to men in general. I'm sorry, but
There's some men that you really should not.
And so I think that also, with the proper understanding, could reduce a lot of the problems around that. Because there are a lot of, maybe sort of relationships that are abusive. It's like, oh, well, you're my woman, you have to... It's like, no. Like, if we're married, and you shouldn't marry somebody unless you're darn sure that they're going to be...
One of the things I love so much about that Magnetic Femininity book is kind of the main point of it is stepping into the feminine energy means she doesn't like the word submission, so she throws that out and she only uses vulnerability instead. But a lot of what she talks about is a good form of submission. But you're being vulnerable with your husband, or if you're single, with God. Either way, with God, but with your husband if you're married. And you're trusting him, and you're relying on him in a lot of things. And to kind of surrender some of that control that women sometimes like to take, and just trusting your husband to lead and trusting God to lead. And then at the end, she goes into this idea where she's like, okay, so a lot of the times when women come in and they're like, yeah, my husband is so narcissistic, and he's so this, and he's so that, and he's so controlling, or whatever. She's like, when you actually start implementing these things, it's usually because you've taken on a masculine role, and you're creating this conflict because you're trying to take your husband's role, and so it's causing conflict. And if you step into your feminine role, then it'll help balance those things out. But she's like, if you step into that role, if you're being vulnerable and these things, and there's still an issue there, and there still is manipulation there, then you've shown that this isn't a good person to follow. And true femininity is stepping away from that and going, no, you don't stay with the abuse. You don't stay with the toxic manipulation.
And I guess I also just want to say that, well, I'm trying to find the words here. Yes. The thing is, maybe that's the ideal, but oftentimes people don't talk about the masculine ideal, which is to love your bride as Christ loved the church, to your own death, to the laying down of your own body for her redemption.
Yeah.
And so, and within, so if people say, oh, well, you're setting yourself up for massive harm, you're setting yourself up for being abused and whatever, it's like, well, that's the ideal. No, not being abused. Being abused is not the ideal.
No. But maybe the vulnerability.
The vulnerability is the ideal, but the corresponding masculine ideal is the sort of self-sacrificial love that Christ has for the church.
Yeah.
And you also see this in the story of Hosea and Gomer. Where he's willing to do anything, redeem this woman, and in a sort of system where both of those things are true, then you want to have harmony.
Right.
But trying to implement one of them without the other is setting yourself up for heartbreak.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And here's, I want to unpack a few things you said, Makayla, but I want to make something here, make a point here real quick. As I've looked at society, and I was born into kind of a weird time, right? I was born in 77. Don't laugh. I've almost got my AARP card. I'm looking forward to this. But it was just, I was born just long enough ago that I can remember life without the internet, right? And social media and cell phones and all those things. Yet young enough that I figured out how to work it all. But the one thing that I've been able to notice is that as of late, we have, for some reason, really set men and women against each other. And I have found that is absolutely one of the worst things that has ever happened to Western society. And with things like being quoted as toxic masculinity and those sorts of things. Can there be toxic masculinity? 100%. I'm not saying that thing doesn't exist, but I think we've been too quick to label anything masculine as toxic.
Yeah.
And what Zoe pointed out with being ready to die. I remember, as I'm sure everybody knows here, my dad passed away when I was fairly young. I was 13. And towards the end of his life, I really think he understood that he was not going to be around much longer. And so the whole summer before he passed, um, and we had no idea that he was really sick, he he made sure I was with him always. I mean, like we were driving everywhere together, and he was just, I didn't realize it at the time. I just figured the old man was maybe getting a little old and was just started to ramble. Um, but I think he really had a good idea he was going to pass, and he was instilling lessons. And I remember he told me he said, if you take a woman, if you take a woman on a date, or you go somewhere and she gets hurt on your watch, you will answer to me. And it's something that, and my dad was a big guy. Both of you have met me in person. I'm not small by any stretch of the imagination, but my dad was a good 6 inches taller than I am and outweighed me by about 50 pounds. He was a big dude, and instilled the fear of God in me for sure. But many of those traits that get labeled toxic, I don't think they're toxic. I think they're just out of control.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to do it. You guys know who Jordan Peterson is, right? The
Yes.
psychologist. He's got a great saying, which is, as a man,
Mhm.
you should be dangerous, and you should also have that very much under control. And I believe that. So, Makayla, I want to unpack what you said here, because this kind of ties in with it. When you talk about, when you use the word vulnerable for a woman in the context at which you did, let's define that a little bit. What do you mean vulnerable?
Women are very feeling creatures, even when we don't want to be. And so we have to be willing. One, we're inherently vulnerable. We are susceptible to risk. Women are biologically weaker than men. Like, the strongest woman isn't going to beat out the strongest man ever. And a lot of men who even don't work out that much can beat most women when it comes to physical strength and ability. So we're naturally vulnerable in that sense.
And I think also, even just in having children.
Yeah.
Right? So in having children with somebody, you're putting yourself in a state of very much vulnerability for at least a year and a half.
Yeah.
9 months of pregnancy and then another 9 of postpartum, and that baby's not going to be done nursing or needing formula in our modern world. But historically, that wasn't an option until they're 9 months or a year at least. And so that is as vulnerable as you can get.
Yeah. We are very susceptible to harm and to danger, and it's part of why women need men, is because men will protect women, and will keep us safe from. But like, there's been women who have talked about where most, if not every woman, has had an experience where she has to walk to her car in the dark alone, and she's terrified for her life because you don't know. Maybe nothing happens, and nothing ever happens, and that's great. But there's that possibility, and there's that risk because we are physically vulnerable in that way. But then there's also, though, we need to be emotionally vulnerable. We are supposed to open up to the people in our life, especially God and our husbands, and share our emotions. Part of what the book that I talked about goes over is...
Which book?
Magnetic Femininity by Ali Doucette. She talks a lot about how men are biologically ingrained that if a woman that they love comes to them in their life and goes, I need help with this, the men want to solve it and come forth with this solution. And so, as women, if we come vulnerably with our feelings and we lay that out, even though that's scary, the men in our life will want to help us. But you have to do so from actual emotion and innocence and not manipulation. Because you'll have a lot of women who come with, like, the fake tears and stuff like that. That's not vulnerability, that's manipulation, and it's not the same, and it's not good. But to open yourself up to the possibility of being hurt for the betterment of yourself and your family and those around you. is good.
Absolutely. And there's a great little short that I saw on Facebook a little while ago, and it is kind of true. When Makayla, you talked about coming with sincere vulnerability. I want to say guys feel that too. We just tamp that down, right? Um, we feel it. I think we probably feel it pretty similarly, but it's just not stuff the dudes talk about. But this one video I was telling you about, a little short, it says how men feel when their wives ask them to do something that they can't. And so it's just a woman handing like a jar of pickles to her husband, and he like snaps it off and he just kind of leans his head back and just flashes to every manly thing you could think of just in order. Right. And but there's a lot of truth to that, right? I mean, for guys to be of service like that in their own household, yeah, it helps. I'm not gonna lie, it helps. It absolutely does. So no, I just wanted to unpack that. I think that's fantastic.
Well, that's the. This is going to some other things, but that's the great question of the men's minds, or the great question of the women's minds is very different. The men am I able? Am I am I strong enough? Can I do all the things? Am I a man? And for the women, it's am I lovely? Am I desired? Am I valued enough to be cherished and to be protected? And something like, here, open this jar of pickles for me, answers both of the questions, at least for that moment.
Yeah.
It's funny how crisis puts all things in perspective. And I think I shared this story on the podcast not too long ago, but it'll be several weeks, so I'll share it again here. I had a guy that worked for me, very outdoorsy, but he made some questionable decisions from time to time. And he told me right after his wife had a baby, and his wife was like unhealthy feminist, right? Like third, fourth wave feminist, right? And I just asked him Friday, right before work. So I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I think we're going to take the baby out. I mean, they had just had a baby like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we're just going to go for a drive. I'm like, where are you going to go? He said, I don't know. I'm thinking about going to Baker, Oregon, which wasn't too far away. It was like a 2-hour drive from where we lived. I said, well, be careful because, it's winter, right? Don't be careful going up some of those logging roads. You'll get stuck. Oh, I got it. I got this. Well, they got stuck. Right. And he's about 2 miles down the hill to go for help because that Subaru is not making it out of there. And I hear about this story on Monday or Tuesday, but they get up there, they get stuck, and now you got to make decisions, right? Can't stay in the car all night. That's not an option. You got a baby. You got to get out of there. But it's a 2-mile hike in the mountains. Well, who's going to go? Well, it was a no-brainer. The dude's going to go because mom's got to stay in the car and feed the baby. And all of a sudden, those roles that we question in society, when crisis hits, that all gets distilled down really quickly, right? Now, who was more important? Was the husband more important or was the wife more important? The answer was they're both pretty darned important at that time, right? Somebody's got to stay and take care of that kid. Likewise, someone's got to get down the hill. And it made a lot of sense that the guy who, the husband who was bigger, he was stronger, he was faster, that made sense. Get down the hill, right? It made sense for mom to stay in the car where it was warm and feed the baby. There was nothing there about who's more important in that moment. All roles are just as important as the other. And those roles had to be separated for a time to accomplish the end goal, which is keeping everyone alive and warm, right? And so I tend to view these things, quite frankly, through crisis, right? What happens in a crisis situation? That will inform you greatly about God's plan on these things and relation between men and women.
Right. Oh man, I think
Gotta get going.
we have to move on.
Yeah.
There's so many things and so much good things, but
Just a few things before we start getting into mindset and how it affects.
well, I was gonna do the misunderstood.
Yeah, most of these we went over, so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run through real quick
Yeah.
of just
hope I didn't derail anything.
No.
Oh, no, you're good.
It's all good. There's just too many good things.
We just realized we're 2 hours in.
Yeah.
It goes fast, doesn't it?
It does. It very much does. But, why is it so easy to lose sight of all of this? Actually, I'm gonna run through a few more things. So we believe in a fortunate fall, right?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Which we
Which we talked
talked about.
about. But also, there's examples in the scriptures of the women have access to God.
Yeah.
And we kind of forget about that. So we talked about the office of teacher within the Relief Society. In the Bible, there's a female deaconess. That's biblical, and I don't know any sect of Mormonism that has that. See, we profess to believe the Bible, and then there are things in there that we completely gloss over.
Right.
There's one sect of Mormonism I know, which is the Church of Christ Bickertonite.
Yep.
So it's a group that followed Sidney Rigdon after the succession crisis, and then they had an early sort of prophet named William Bickerton, and they have deaconesses. And I actually got to go to one of their conferences, like a little area conference a couple weeks ago, and it was amazing. That's a whole different story. But also you have examples of Deborah. She's a prophetess and a judge in Israel.
Yep.
Anna and Anna lives in the temple. Mary lives in the temple. There are these little like breadcrumbs.
Hannah prays to God for a son. Hagar sees an angel after praying. So
Yeah, and I think that there's undoubtedly a lot more. Because ultimately, most of this is written by men. And it's about the men's stories. And a lot of times, the men's stories are much louder. And much more... Much louder, and so then much more forceful.
And they're more in the forefront. There's a thing where it's men are order, women are chaos. And there's a scene in the shack where the guy's up in the mountains and he's talking to this woman who's symbolic of the Holy Spirit. And they're having this conversation. I can't remember what it's about, but one of the things that's mentioned is the chaos of the garden around them because she's taking care of all these flowers and everything. Sorry. And he's just like, it's so chaotic. And at the end of the scene, it zooms out and it shows the garden. And while they were in it, they're in this chaos. But when you see the big picture, you see the order and you see the beautiful pattern. And that's kind of the difference. Women tend to be running a lot more of like the chaotic day-to-day little things. But without it, it wouldn't be moving.
Right.
Where men tend to be in that forefront showing the structure and this order and this leadership, which is also very important because order needs chaos and chaos needs order.
Yeah, it's the sort of things that get written in the annals of history, but there would be no history.
Yeah.
Right.
To record with the other side.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. So, and then one other thing I think we'll talk about this a little bit later is just the improper search for the divine feminine. So, in preparing to go on, I was like, this is kind of spicy because a lot of people don't really like talking about Heavenly Mother because they're again worried about the apostasy, worried about the idolatry around it. And again, like I said before, we don't avoid worshiping Heavenly Father because or talking about him because we're worried that we're going to accidentally commit idolatry.
Yeah.
I think there's a way in which you can do these things, which is good.
I do want to point out, like, there is good in that caution as well, because part of the, like, misinterpretations or misteachings or twistings that happen with this is you start to get into New Ageism, Ishtar or Ashtaroth worship. You also see this thing called starseed. I ended up kind of down a New Age rabbit hole several years ago. I highly recommend against it for anyone and all. People within New Ageism, within the ghost hunting, within all that, are messing with things they do not understand, and it is very dark, and you can end up in some bad places. There's a thing called starseed, where, like, basically what it is the idea of something about you isn't fully connected to the earth. It's based off the idea that there is something divine about you, but what it turns it into is you're actually an alien on Earth. And if you meditate enough, then you can see your starseed family and they'll appear to you. So I was listening to this interview this woman who had come out of New Ageism, and she had believed all this, that she was a starseed, and she had her starseed family appear to her as angels of light.
Basically, you've come from another planet, like another galaxy, and you've been sent as this angelic being to the Earth to, like, help raise the vibrations.
And she had these angels of light appear to her and give her direction and things like that. And so it's very, very careful, because Satan can appear as an angel of light, and he will try to deceive you. And he will try to make it look close enough that it's deceiving, but twisted enough that you're on the wrong path.
And again, it's true. Part of it is true.
Yeah.
Like, the feeling disconnected, or the feeling like this isn't our home, it's not. We are strangers and pilgrims and wandering, and this earth is not our home. It's a really, really awful summer camp. It's like, oh, character building. It's like, yeah, it is character building, and you're gonna make some, and maybe you break your leg, and then you go home at the end of it, and it's like, oh man, I got eaten by mosquitoes, but, like, that was fun.
I only laugh because I only went to one summer camp ever, and I got kicked out. So I'm sorry, my bad. That's another story for another time. Anyway, no, there's even in this, like what you just talked about, right? What was it called again?
It's called Starseed.
Yeah, even in that and its origin story, so to speak, it's got some Adam God-y kind of things, right? And so, as Zoe puts out, look, Lucifer's smart. He's not dumb, right? And more than telling outright lies, most of the time, what I find is he just takes a true principle and he just twists it. Right? Sometimes he'll flat out lie. We have that in the garden, right? But he also kind of uses truth. You'll be as the gods. You'll understand good and evil. Oh, don't worry, you're not going to die, right? He'll just throw in the lie as he twists the truth to make it that much more appealing. So I think you're 100% correct. I think there's so much there that we need to be careful of, because yeah, it can lead you. And the other thing is that typically, not exclusively, but typically, for some reason, a lot of new age practitioners are women. And I think part of that is, quite frankly, and here's my spicy take, quite frankly, because Christianity's done a piss poor job at implementing the sisters.
Yeah.
And when you take something that is divine and is well placed as women serving in the gospel, and you tell them just to go to church and sit down and shut up, they're going to go look, they'll look for something.
Yeah.
And so Mormonism is uniquely positioned to answer those questions. Zoe, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Thank you for restating our thesis for us. That's nice.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't.
No. Sincerely though, this is the truth. That was not meant to be snarky. I just.
Okay. I just didn't want to steal your thunder.
No, not at all. But I am going to disagree with you because I don't think that the serpent lies in the garden.
You don't think? Well, I guess I can see that because they don't die.
Well, no, not even that. So I've got Genesis 2 and 3 opened up here.
Okay.
And so God talks to Adam. Eve isn't created yet, and he says, the Lord God commanded the man, right? No Eve yet, saying, "Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die." And then in the next verse, God says, "It's not good that the man should be alone," and creates Eve. Okay, so we have this commandment given to Adam saying, don't eat or you'll surely die. Then, this is the next chapter, chapter 3. It says, "Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree, which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. So right there, somewhere along the line, there's been a hedge placed around the law. Right? The actual commandment, God said, don't eat of it. And then now here is Eve rehearsing to the serpent. God said, don't eat of it or touch it.
Okay.
So somewhere along there, whether it's from Adam to Eve or from, in Eve's mind and to the serpent, there's been this extra, not a commandment, but it gets tacked on to God's words. And so now she's running off of a flawed script. Right? So, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. Which is true. Based on what she has just said, she shall not surely die. If you just touch it, they'll be fine. You shall not surely die. But she doesn't understand, because it's all the same commandment to her, even though actually only one of the facets of it is. Serpent goes on, says, For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Which is also true. I think it's in Moses or is it in Abraham? When they eat.
And they have become like us.
Yeah, they become like us, knowing good from evil. Then Elohim says, they become like us, knowing good from evil. Like, that's the truth.
Right.
The fact that she's not necessarily going to die is the truth, because if she just touches it, she's fine. And the fact that her eyes will be open and she'll become like God, knowing good from evil, is also true.
Yep.
And then the woman saw, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to her eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof. Everything's fine. And she did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And so, it's actually insidious to me. Because the fact that, and again, we've kind of had two sort of theories of the fall. And, based off of this, he doesn't even have to tell a lie.
Right.
You just have to misunderstand what actually is required of you, and then you can be deceived by the truth.
Absolutely. No, that's a good point.
And so it's crucial to try and get your script straightened out of what is actually required of me, what is a tradition, what is a commandment, because then you can stand on firmer ground and be like, okay, I understand what is required of me, I understand what's not, and I can tell the difference.
Absolutely. Good point.
Okay,
so going back, we love tangents.
We love tangents.
So we kind of talked about this already, but I want to read a quote with it, because the quote annoyed me so bad I must share it. You have this misunderstanding of, like, the fall is evil, so there's this hatred toward Adam and Eve, and especially Eve, physical nature must be bad, and blaming Eve, and by association all women, for the fall. I will slow down. Hold on. So this comes from Tertullian, one of the early church fathers, in a thing called On the Apparel of Women, where he says, And do you not know that you are each an Eve? The sentence of God on this sex of yours lives in this age. The guilt must of necessity live too. You are the devil's gateway. You are the unsealer of that forbidden tree. You are the deserter of the divine law. You are she who persuaded him whom the devil was not valiant enough to attack. You destroyed so easily God's image, man. On account of your desert, that is death, even the Son of God had to die. And so we see with this, when you pervert doctrine and you start changing it into something else, in this case you have all of women hated by this person, because he's like, Eve did this awful thing, put us in this awful state, ergo all women are awful because it's her fault that we are this way. And you still will hear it from some people in Christianity today of, it's women's fault that we are where we are. I've heard that argument used, like, actually met people where they'll say that to me or they'll say that to someone else.
Right.
And this is, again, just one more thing, and then we will move on to the results. But, well, okay, so one of the reasons why I think we've drifted from this understanding, the true and proper understanding, is losing the physicality of God.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a lovely quote from the Westminster Confession of Faith. It says, and will you find me context for when is this?
Yeah.
There is but one only living and true God, who is infinite in being and perfection, a most pure spirit, invisible, without body, parts, or passions, immutable, immense, eternal, incomprehensible, almighty, most wise, most holy, most free, most absolute, working all things according to the counsel of his own immutable and most righteous will, for his own glory, most loving, gracious, merciful, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, forgiving iniquity, transgression, and sin, the rewarder of them that diligently seek him, and withal most just and terrible in his judgments, hating all sin, and who will by no means clear the guilty.
So this was written and completed in 1646 by the Westminster Assembly, which met in London from 1643 to 1649. The document was created to reform the Church of England's doctrine and became foundational for Presbyterianism.
Right. And so this is, and there's aspects of this in Catholicism as well. Mm-hmm. You know, God is without body, parts, or passions, immutable, intense, eternal, incomprehensible, invisible, most pure spirit. It's like, well, Joseph Smith talks about this in the Lectures on Faith. Unless you understand the nature of God, you cannot have faith necessary for salvation. And I just want to share one more quote, which is from probably my favorite author of all time, the one and the only Elder C.S. Lewis, who, there's a reason why he is the most quoted non-Mormon in General Conference. Because the dude was Mormon and didn't know it. And I will stand by that statement. So, he has a book called, which is one of his lesser-known works, called Miracles.
Okay.
Which is about miracles and the idea of miracles and how, whether or not they exist. And kind of how you have to decide whether they do or not before looking for them. Because if you're sure they don't, you're never going to see any. Everything can be explained away. But all I say, I would recommend the book. I wouldn't recommend it as much as, say, Screwtape Letters or Mere Christianity. But there's one passage that hit me so hard, and I have used it many times since. He's talking about this idea of God as immutable, without parts or passions or form. Okay, so I'm just going to read the quote. It is clear that there was never a time when nothing existed. Otherwise, nothing would exist now. But to exist means to be a positive something. Metaphorically, a certain shape or structure to be this and not that. The thing which has always existed, namely God, has therefore always had his own positive character. Throughout all eternity, certain statements about him would have been true and others false. And from the mere fact of our own existence and natures, we already know to some extent which are which. We know that he invents, acts, creates. After that, there can be no ground for assuming in advance that he does not do miracles. Why, then, do the mystics talk of him as they do? And why are many people prepared in advance to maintain that, whatever else God may be, he is not the concrete, living, willing, and acting God of Christian theology? I think the reason is as follows. Let us suppose a mystical limpet. So a limpet is a little shellfish, kind of like a barnacle.
Right. Yep.
Let us suppose a mystical limpet, a sage among limpets, who, wrapped in vision, catches a glimpse of what man is like. In reporting it to his disciples, who have some vision themselves, though less than he will have to use many negatives. He will have to tell them that man has no shell, is not attached to a rock, is not surrounded by water. And his disciples, having little vision of their own to help them, do get some idea of man. But then there come erudite limpets who write histories of philosophy and give lectures on comparative religion, and who have never had any vision of their own. What they get out of the prophetic limpet's words is simply and solely the negatives. From these, uncorrected by any positive insight, they build up a picture of man as a sort of amorphous jelly. He has no shell, existing nowhere in particular, he is not attached to a rock, and never taking nourishment. There is no water to drift it towards him. And, having a traditional reverence for man, they conclude that to be a famished jelly in a dimensionless void is the supreme mode of existence, and reject as crude materialistic superstition any doctrine which would attribute to man a definite shape, a structure, and organs. Our own situation is much like that of the erudite limpets. Great prophets and saints have an intuition of God which is positive and concrete in the highest degree. Because just touching the fringes of his being, they have seen that he is plenitude of life and energy and joy. Therefore, and for no other reason, they have to pronounce that he transcends those limitations which we call personality, passion, change, materiality, and the like. The positive quality in him which repels these limitations is their only ground for all the negatives. But when we come limping after and try to construct an intellectual or enlightened religion, we take over these negatives, infinite, immaterial, impassible, immutable, etc., and use them unchecked by any positive intuition. At each step, we have to strip off from our idea of God some human attribute. But the only real reason for stripping off the human attribute is to make room for putting in some positive divine attribute. In St. Paul's language, the purpose of all this unclothing is not that our idea of God should reach nakedness, but that it should be reclothed. But unhappily, we have no means of doing the reclothing. When we have removed from our idea of God some puny human characteristic, we, as merely erudite or intelligent inquirers, have no resources from which to supply that blindingly real and concrete attribute of deity which ought to replace it. Thus, at each step in the process of refinement, our idea of God contains less, and the fatal pictures come in. An endless, silent sea, an empty sky beyond all stars, a dome of white radiance. And we reach at last mere zero and worship a non-entity.
Wow. Yeah, he was Mormon. He just didn't know it.
So,
Vouch for that.
yeah. It hurts my heart when people struggle to approach God, because how can you understand something that is doctrinally incomprehensible? How can you relate to something that is formless and just everywhere and nowhere? And because the reality is so much better. The reality is you have a father who looks like you and feels like you and was once where you were, and then he grew up and became your God. And that's so much more conducive to a relationship. It's so much more conducive to understanding your place. And then when you understand that there's this divineness in everyone, this nobility, literal nobility, because you're the children of the king, then it changes everything. Because I'm not just some random creature, I'm a princess.
Right.
My father is the big guy. And the random cashier lady who's ringing up my groceries isn't just some random cashier lady. She's also a princess. And it changes the way you view everything.
Absolutely. No, that's great. And it should change how we deal with other people, right? As I get in the car and get stuck in traffic and get fed up with people. It should change how we see others, whether male or female. It doesn't matter. Recognizing that divine parentage should change how it is we view people in general.
I just want to make a quick side note on the princess, because I absolutely love that. I wear multiple rings right now. One of them says you are loved, and the other says faith over fear, because it helps me remember if I can physically see it. And a little while ago, I have an embroidery machine, so I embroidered on a sweatshirt, Divine Princess, Daughter of a Heavenly King, because it was something that I was struggling to take on as an actual identity, and I'm like, okay, if I have it on me, I can remember that I am a divine princess, and the women around me are too.
Right, and I would say one thing, because when we talk about people as, oh, they're a princess, it's got negative connotations. Yeah. Oh, they're so spoiled. Oh, they're so rotten. Oh, they expect everybody to just serve them. It's like, no, because that's paired with the idea of the servant king, who's willing to descend below everything because he is noble. Yeah. And so I think that's an essential part of the sort of idea of people as noble, because if you don't have it, then you become an insufferable prick and nobody wants to be your friend anymore.
Well said. Well said. I might just take that quote and hang it somewhere. Put it on a QT Relief Society sign somewhere and just. Don't worry, I'll credit you, Zoe. I'll put your name on.
I was so worried you weren't going to.
Oh no! It's going to be a cutesy sign, right? It's going to be all the woods. It's going to have that cutesy artsy,
calligraphy font stuff.
You become an insufferable prick per Zoe Erickson. So I'll put it right there.
Awesome.
Moving on.
Yeah. So 1.5 more things before we move on to how it kind of affects us and impacts our life and everything. There's also improper view of marriage, where people start to raise up celibacy as the best, or marriage is thrown out altogether and you get promiscuity as people leave the church, and you kind of have extremes. Yep. And doctrines associated with women very easily and quickly get perverted and sexualized.
Yes. Yep.
And these things contribute to the misunderstanding and why we don't have the tradition that we ought to have.
Absolutely.
Okay. You ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay.
Finally. After 2.5 hours.
It's okay. That was the biggest section. Yeah. We knew it was going to be.
Okay, so results. This is how it affects the mindset, and then we'll go into how it shows up in us, it manifests, and then how it kind of affects worldwide.
Yeah. Sure. So the mental results of a misunderstanding of the proper role of women, the divinity, the power that goes along with that, rightfully, leads to a whole bunch of if you don't understand it, then there's negative repercussions.
Yeah.
And here are some of them.
Yeah. So you have a hatred toward men. This is where you get the accusations of misogyny, of, oh, this is so misogynistic because men are amazing and women are second class. The objectifying of women comes in. This motherhood is second class as well. Sentiments like, why can't I hold the priesthood because I'm just forced to be a mother? Can't my life be more than just motherhood? Not realizing how great motherhood is and how important it is. There's a skewed view of the body. There's a shame around body and femininity. You especially see this with menstruation of, oh, that's gross and body dysmorphia as well. And this shows up usually in society when we talk about body dysmorphia, we're talking about transgenderism. This also shows up with eating disorders as well, because you're not viewing your body correctly.
Right. And again, because the feminine is the physical.
Yeah.
In that's where you sort of get your body from. It's from your mother.
Yeah.
Right? She grows it. And so when you misunderstand the role and the beauty, then it kind of translates to, again, misunderstanding the holiness of the physical. And again, Christianity doesn't like the physical body. And there's some of that in Mormonism. Maybe we don't dislike it, but you don't understand the temple imagery. You don't understand the holiness, and so then you don't view bodies as holy.
Yeah, or you do, but you do it in the wrong way, where you have these unrealistic beauty standards.
I feel like we're skipping ahead.
It's right here.
Oh,
because it's a mindset thing.
Oh yeah.
We'll talk more about beauty standards later too. As it shows up manifestation. But this idea of I have to be beautiful because that's all I am. All I am is to be this housewife at home, and And so when you have this misperception of women, or the skewing, and all you are is supposed to be almost like a trophy wife, then you have this body dysmorphia as you try to fulfill this certain beauty standard and things like that.
I think part of that, and this is maybe a little skipping ahead as well, but the act of bearing a child is again analogous to the atonement, because you're redeeming, sort of redeeming the physical body, in that you're giving the spirit a chance to get a physical body, much like Christ gives us physically a chance to have a spiritual connection. Right. And so when you misunderstand that, there's a whole bunch of things, because And Screwtape, I love Screwtape letters. I just talk about C.S. Lewis, but he talks about beauty standards in there of a lot of them are such that in having children you wreck it, right?
Mm,
In and Screwtape says that this is the work of the Devil's PR team did a really good job
yeah. Yep.
because if you think that your value is the physical beauty, because it's a misplaced. Like you say, the value is the physicality, and you think of that as a physical beauty instead of the capability of giving other spirits physical bodies. Then the attention is to, oh, how beautiful. And so, oh, I've got stretch marks. I've been, my stomach is all saggy because I had children. Instead of viewing that almost like stigmata, like Christ has wounds
Right.
that he keeps as kind of a reminder of the sacrifice, right?
Right.
And the feminine, so the men are required to lay down their life for their women, right? For the church, like
Right.
Christ did. That's the masculine ideal is the wounds for the sake of the bride.
Absolutely.
And then for the women, it's the same thing, but it's for their children. Of wounds. Because my mother, and again, Makayla and I are both extremely qualified to talk about this subject. so qualified.
Look, here's the thing, right? I'll be honest with you. These kind of conversations scare the crap out of me because I am just one hair's breadth away from saying the wrong thing all the time. And I realize that this kind of conversation is loaded with landmines.
Yeah.
So don't worry about feeling unqualified.
So I will say, this is, I think we're both speaking from the research we've done, from the scripture, from the doctrine, and not presuming to speak from my own experiences, I guess.
Oh, but look, Zoe, in your case, and Makayla, I'm sure you have experiences. I just don't know you as well as I know Zoe, right? But Zoe, you've been around for both of your moms to be having
This is
kids,
true.
right? It may not have been you, but you were around for that process,
Right.
right?
I've seen the process.
Right, exactly. So you're not speaking from just purely academic
Alright.
sources.
I guess this is true. But yeah,
So, and I'm sure Makayla's got similar experiences to that.
So
The
I have two younger sisters.
the other thing I'll say is that women are naturally more intuitive. Of that, I have no doubt. So I don't worry about the whole qualified thing.
Yeah.
But the point you were making here is 100% on point. One of the things I loved so much about the Restoration is just what you brought up, right? Where traditional Christianity tends to look at the body as the barrier between you and God, right? You'll never be able to really see him or commune with him because you got this flesh in the way. Mormonism turns that on its head and said, no. Your humanity can be holy when you bridle all those passions and appetites. It's a net positive, not a net negative in your experience as a spiritual being.
a bridge, not
The
a
other
barrier.
thing, the other thing I would say is that all those things you talked about, right? And it's one of the things that I find most appalling is the idea that having kids just wrecks things, right? Wrecks a woman's body and beauty is then gone. No, in its most primal sense, we are filling the measure of our creation in those moments. And rather than look at stretch marks or something like that with a negative connotation, that should be just like you were talking about the marks of Christ. Those need to have a certain sense of reverence attached to them. And it becomes incumbent upon from the masculine side of things, right? For me to raise my boys in such a way to say, don't ever encroach on something as holy as that with your with an overdose of testosterone. Understand what they are. Bring them back. Understand what this is. But this is the job of parents, right? And these are conversations that we need to have with our youth, both from the male and the female side of things.
as far as like stretch marks or scars or anything like that goes, due to some of my background, I have scars, self-harm scars on my arm. And there's a song by I Am They called Scars, and it's talking about Christ's scars, but that's not how I interpreted it at first. But it says, waking up to a new sunrise, looking back from the other side, I can see now with open eyes. Darkest water and deepest pain, I wouldn't trade it for anything. 'Cause my brokenness brought me to you, and these wounds are a story you'll use. So I'm thankful for the scars, 'cause without them I wouldn't know your heart. And I know they'll always tell of who you are, so forever I am thankful for the scars.
Absolutely. Okay, so Zoe quoted Bob Dylan. Now I'm going to quote Jimmy Buffett. There's a great song that he wrote for his wife, actually. And it was born out of just kind of what we're talking about here, right? Look at what age has done to my body and having kids has done to my body. And he's got this great line that he said, wrinkles only go where the smiles have been. And rather than look at those things as marks that are left over from something traumatic, I think we should make the conscious effort to say, man, you remember that beautiful experience? Do you remember, as a look, and maybe I'm a little tender in this because Tanya and I just had a baby and I didn't think I'd have any more once Amber and I were done. We miss something when we don't look back on those times with a certain amount of fondness and lovingness.
The table. Yeah. I think this is, the one I made of the notes we did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the other side of this is there is a really tragic thing, and again, this is Screw Tape. I swear half my theology is from that book. If any of you have not read the Screw Tape Letters by C.S. Lewis, here's my plug, okay? Basically, it's a bunch of letters written by a demon who's kind of high up in the demon hierarchy to his nephew. So the one guy's name is Screwtape, and his nephew's name is Wormwood. Wormwood just graduated from tempting college and got his first healing. And he's not really sure how to do this whole tempting thing. So he's writing letters to his uncle, and then the letters he gets in response are what's in the book. It sounds silly. It is in the top 4 books that changed my entire view on the world. Because again, it talks about the spiritual reality of things. And anyway, but going back to what he said about the beauty standards are crafted to be such that having children wrecks them. And I think part of this also is we see this now, and this is honestly the sort of impetus for this podcast, because we're both in Utah, and Utah culture is so vain. It is it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be Zion. It's supposed to be sort of the stronghold of the saints. And I drive 20 minutes from my house down to Provo, and I see 3 plastic surgery billboards. In fact, the plastic surgery rates in Utah rival that of SoCal and Miami.
Yep.
Which is
insane.
An atrocity.
Absolutely. There was another interesting, because in preparation for this, I just did some preliminary kind of quick research. There, not only is the advertising on par, so are the procedures being done. The only one that's more than Utah is California for cosmetic surgery. In addition to that, and I think these two go hand in hand. I don't know how yet. I got to do some more looking at this, and maybe you ladies have the answer here. In that same time that we have seen cosmetic surgery take a dramatic shift, we have also seen a dramatic shift in the amount of abortions that are happening in the state of Utah.
Right.
I think I have.
Utah had more abortions this year than Missouri. Let's put that into perspective. That means Utah, with one major metropolitan area. I know St. George is kind of big, but not really.
Yeah.
You can say that a state with less population with less urban environment has more abortions than a state like Missouri that has, I would say, probably 3 major metropolitan areas:
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis, Kansas City, and Jefferson City. And so this problem that you're talking about, Zoe, I think there are so many more things that go along with this than just the cosmetic thing. I
Oh,
think that this
yes.
is a sickness of the soul that has been thrust upon the sisters that we have to contend with now and wrestle with. And quite frankly, in Utah, Charlie Kirk was right. People forget that the last thing he did before he was killed was he called the LDS Church and Mormons to repentance, right? It was a very sweet call, but it was a call nonetheless, where he says, you guys got to get your mojo back. I used to love how you guys used to have more kids than you could afford, right? I love your missionary effort. This has got to get figured out quickly, or Utah will become, quite frankly, Los Angeles light.
I think it already is. I mean, there's a prophecy about when the second coming happens. Salt Lake City will be the wickedest city on the face of the earth, and I think we're already getting very close. And on the abortion thing, going back to the idea that the ancient evils. So as restorationists, we believe in the ancient good, right?
Yep.
We believe that we have the religion that was given to Adam, or we want to, and the temple rights that were given to Adam, and all of these things. And the corresponding side of that people don't want to think about is that there's the equivalent on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Talks about this,
Yes.
Cain, Master Mahan, and then in the Book of Mormon, it's all the same stuff. And we have that now. And so there's a story, and I believe it's the Book of Enoch or the Book of Jasher. So one of the sort of extra biblical texts.
Talking about watchers?
Yes.
That's Enoch.
It is okay, so it's Enoch. And that's a whole different conversation. I think that there is not wisdom in such texts, although they're obviously not canon. But in it talks about the evil angels basically coming down and giving the rights of darkness to Cain and to his followers. And among these things is the knowledge about how to do abortions so that the women stay beautiful and young. Because part of this whole thing with the beauty standards, and this is something that I'm also very passionate about, is because again, the devil twists things, right? All of his stuff, he doesn't actually have anything new. It's all just the counterfeit, perverted versions of the light. And part of this is there's this quest for eternal life, right? It has consumed humanity from the beginning, right? One of our very oldest stories we have is the Epic of Gilgamesh. And in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's the quest for eternal life, right? Gilgamesh's best friend gets killed, and then he spends the rest of his life, or the rest of the story, trying to find this plant that will give him eternal life because he realizes that he's going to die. Right? That's the very beginning. That's the curse. You're going to die now. But that also means before that we weren't going to. And so we are eternal beings, and we can feel that. There's a part in us that knows that we're supposed to live forever. And we're not living forever. And so the proper way of going about this is to say, well, we have eternal life in Christ Jesus. Right? We're going to die, but there's another life. And in that, we are eternal beings, and we're going to live forever. But the improper version is the quest for eternal life and eternal youth here and now in these corrupted bodies. And you see this all over, from the sort of the Philosopher's Stone, right? The idea, all of the alchemy in the Middle Ages is around trying to make the Philosopher's Stone, from which you make the elixir of life. Or, and so then I see this in all of the plastic surgery, and the Botox, and the facelifts, and the wanting to avoid having children because you're trying to stay young and beautiful. You're trying to force the eternal life without realizing where it actually comes from and when you're actually going to get it.
How you attain it.
Right.
How do you attain it? And it's very interesting that once again, it's the enemy of us all, right? The adversary, who's taken something that's very innate, that's buried within each one of us, that quest for eternal life. I don't care what culture it is. You can go back and look at all the cultures. They all have some recipe for attaining it. And once again, he's taken that, something that's innate and beautiful within the human experience, that quest for immortality, and it's been twisted, right? It's been remolded into something that it doesn't belong to.
Right. And this is, again, it's we try to reach for things ourselves without going through Christ to get them. And in this, we're cursed.
Absolutely. How much money must be spent?
How much blood must be spilled?
Yeah. Yep. We look at all of it, right? And I can't help but wonder, what are the real conditions of the marriages involved, right? What is it? And look, you ladies can correct me here if I'm wrong on this. But I look at a married woman who maybe has 3 or 4 kids, who feels the need to go get plastic surgery. Is she not getting the validation she needs from her husband?
Likely.
Is there a sense of insecurity within the marriage that is pushing for this? Just a thought.
It can also be other things. I know somebody who her mother's gift, high school graduation gift to her sisters was breast implants, plastic surgery. And it was pushed very much within the house of, like, this is the way you're supposed to live. This is the way you're supposed to be. And this is what you need to do. And so sometimes it is marriaging and an insecurity and not feeling that love or feeling beautiful from the husband. Sometimes it's pushed on by mothers, by friends, by society.
Yeah. And yeah, so it's either that, yeah, and if it is within a marriage, it's either that your husband isn't loving you the way he's supposed to, because, you know, I think there are definitely people, and you know, once the wife's beauty fades, she's worried he's gonna go off and cheat, or he makes comments about, oh well, so, you know, old and saggy and wrinkled and all that, or the other option is, I'm sure that this is some of it, is if you want validation from outside of your marriage, not necessarily to the extent of an affair, but just Instagram, or and then they're not going to love you unless you are physically beautiful, and so then
there's also, we live in a world where the most beautiful people in the world are plastered everywhere for us all to see, and people who have had work done to heighten their beauty. And that's not normal. That didn't used to happen. It used to be, is it Toilers of the Sea? I can't remember. In Magnetic Femininity, it quotes a book, and I think it's Toilers of the Sea, and it describes, if it's not Toilers of the Sea, it's another classical literature book. And it's describing this woman and how everybody loves her and how amazing and beautiful she is. And then later on in the book, it's like, yeah, she's beautiful, but like, her nose isn't quite right and her ears are a little different. But she was beautiful because of who she was and how she acted.
This reminds me of Amelia from Vanity Fair.
It might have been Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
Because I know one of them, they quoted Durachat from Toilers of the Sea, and then there was another one, and I can't remember.
No, it's
Vanity
Fair by William Thackeray?
Yeah.
You know, I think also, like, I do want to carve out a space here a little bit, which is, and this only comes from kind of a personal experience. I had a guy that worked for me, and his wife was in a car accident. I mean, bad car accident. And she got really scarred up. I mean, really scarred up bad. And this guy was like, he was a great husband. He really was. So that wasn't the thing. But this woman just didn't feel right. She had this one massive scar that just kind of went right through here. And it really messed with her, right? To the point that it affected her confidence and that sort of thing. And she really wanted to get the work done. And I remember he said, Dave, I just don't feel like it's necessary, right? I feel like she should know that I love her, and that, that should be enough. But she did get the procedure, and afterwards she got some of that confidence back, right? And so that's one place where I kind of looked at it and went, is it all bad, right? I mean, this was obviously coming from her, a place in her, right? That wasn't external. It was one of those things that she felt. And I don't know. In my opinion, I think that's probably, if you're going to use plastic surgery, that's probably kind of the scenario, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think everything like that's bad. Like, I know some people who say, like, makeup is of the devil, and if you wear it, it's a sin. And it's like, okay, whoa, let's take a deep breath. There's
Yeah.
studies done on how if you dress certain ways, it affects your mind. So, like, if you wear a suit, or if a woman wears a dress or things like that, she often acts and believes that she's more confident. Where if you walk around in sweat, then you don't carry yourself, you tend to be more slouched, you tend to be less confident, things like that. And so I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong. The question is more motivation, and are you setting unrealistic
Right.
standards and things like
right.
that.
I'm gonna
Exactly.
second that, which is saying I am very glad that the plastic surgery, like, we have things we can do now which we
Yeah.
could never do before. And like, I have a sister who had a cleft lip
Right.
when she was born, has it repaired. You can tell there's a little bit of a scar, and I think that things like that, or if you get in an accident, like, there's good to be done with all of this. And I don't think that saying, oh, I want to look normal,
Yeah.
is a sin.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that sort of surgery is getting sin. But
Right.
sometimes people do things, and there's even a distinction in insurance codes, which is the most holy document, of course. But basically, if plastic surgery is reconstructive, so an example being fixing a scar or fixing a cleft lip, or if somebody has a mastectomy for breast cancer, like reconstructing that, normally insurance has to pay for it, versus if it's just elective because, oh, I want a
Right.
big job, oh, I want a facelift. And I think that it's a good distinction to make.
Yeah. And then
Did you
there's
just give insurance companies a compliment? I
Very sarcastically, but yes.
Yeah, okay. I just had to check. All right.
there's
What's that,
also-
Makayla?
I was doing some research recently on, like, grinding teeth, because there's a thing, I forget what it's called, but there's a disorder where, like, you grind your teeth a lot in your sleep every night, and it causes issues. And one of the things that they'll do for that is actually Botox injections to help with it, so that you don't grind your teeth as much. And so all of these, like, God doesn't make things just to make things. There's usually a use for them.
Right.
It's all about wisdom and how are you using them? Are you using them correctly? Things like that. And everyone's case is going to be individual. And so, like, making a blatant statement and going, plastic surgery is bad for everyone always, is not good. It's go to God about it. What's your motivation? Why do you want to do it?
Absolutely. 100%.
And one other thing, or I guess one other example, and then I have a scripture reference, is, something that could be considered plastic surgery, but I think is good, is if you have these people who are 600 pounds, they get gastric bypass surgery, lose a bunch of weight, and then they have loose skin. And it's like flapping around and getting irritated, and people get that removed. And I think that's probably good, but it does. Again, it's where do you think your beauty comes from? Where do you think your value
Right.
comes from? Do you think it comes from the external, or do you think it comes from the internals? There's a scripture, it's 1 Peter 3, 3 and 4, which says, "Do not let your adornment be external, the braiding of hair and wearing of gold ornaments, but let it be the secret person of the heart and the incarnament of the quiet and mild spirit."
Absolutely. That's a
Um,
great quote.
Yeah, and so I think what we're trying to say is more that you should realize that the value or the beauty,
Your value is
though
inherent.
it being physical, does not come from what the world says is beautiful.
Yeah.
100%. And
Remember, the worth of souls is great in the sight of God. If you're attaching
Exactly.
any of these physical external things to your worth, you might want to reevaluate some things.
100%. Which, look, society is done, right? That I'm not breaking any news there. It's absolutely the direction it's gone. And if the plastic surgery that was getting done was just like we were talking about restorative, there'd be a lot less of them out there.
Yeah.
The fact that there's so many tells you what you need to know.
Yeah.
That this is more about vanity. This is more about an aesthetic that is portrayed that, I'm sorry, is not normal at all.
Yeah.
Right? You know, for every one person that wins, pardon the expression, wins the genetic lottery and everything is like the golden ratio, there is the rest of us where it's not. And so we need to understand that, yeah, there are some people that just kind of won the lottery, right? And then that's not the norm, though. And for too long, I've seen the exception be portrayed as the norm to the detriment of a lot of people, men and women.
So, one other just thing about Utah and Utah beauty standards, because it's a criticism that often gets leveled at the church by opponents of Mormonism. So, I live in a really funny sort of limbo being a restorationist or a Mormon and not being LDS, because a lot of the criticisms of the LDS church, which people make, I think are fairly valid. And we've made some today.
Yeah.
And part of this is because whenever you have a place or a culture where there is monogamy only, marriage is valued, and you have a substantial imbalance in gender ratios, then there becomes problems. So, this is a sort of secular example, but in I was watching this thing about Estonia. I don't actually watch, but in Estonia, the ratio of men to women is pretty skewed. There's a lot more women than there are men. And for whatever reason, I'm not going to try and talk about Estonian demographics. I'm very, very not qualified to do that. But one of the things that this person was saying is that women will get dolled up to the nines just to go to the grocery store. Because there's this intense competition, right? And in the LDS Church, there's an article from Time called Datanomics, which got published in 2015. And it talks about something which is, we've seen several different cultures, but typically religions have more women than men in them. This is very standard, and why is a whole different topic. I have heated opinions on it, but we're not going to get into it because then this podcast will not end. But
I want to go there so bad. You have no idea.
In the LDS Church, according to this article from Time, which references Trinity College's American Religious Identification Survey, as of 2015, there were 150 Mormon women for every 100 Mormon men in the state of Utah.
150 women for every 100
men.
If only that religion would have come up with a way to keep
Right.
that.
So, or in saying for every 2 men, there are 3 women. Which means that even if everybody was to shape up and be worthy, be good enough to get married, and everybody was to get married, there would still be a third of the women who they're just not men for. Which is a tragedy, because, again, it's a religion that places even greater than normal emphasis on marriage than just Christianity, because you have to be married to be exalted, right? And there's a lot of angst around this, and I see some of my peers who are LDS, and I'm like, I am so sorry, because statistically, a third of you are not going to get married to a Mormon man. Okay? That's just basic math.
Or they'll settle for someone who they want to otherwise settle for.
Well, even just Mormon.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they'd marry, you marry a Baptist or whatever, and is what it is. But as far as that's not even talking about some of those men and some of those women are not marriageable. It's just net numbers. A third of them will not be able to get married, and so what this does is it creates an intense amount of competition, right? Because if you aren't up to the game, if you aren't doing all of the things, you're not going to get picked. And again, that is the question of a woman's heart: is, am I lovely? Am I desirable? Am I chosen? And the brutal reality is most, like, a good chunk of them won't be. Because there's just not enough men.
Yeah.
And
Makayla,
so,
oh,
oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry, Zoe.
no,
Go
go
ahead and
ahead.
finish. I apologize.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to ask Makayla, you just came out of the LDS church. Do you find the lived experience matches the statistics that Zoe just brought out?
I have heard that there are, like, as far as convert rates in my generation, that's starting to switch, but mostly, yeah. Um, I went to YSA because I was forced to go to the YSA. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of women, and a lot of the guys there, like, even talking to the other women at YSA activities, they're like, most of the guys here, I wouldn't consider dating because they're not dateable, but you do have more women at least showing up than men. So there is a serious issue.
Right. And so, and the funny thing is, so this is obviously in the LDS church, it's monogamy only, right? At least one at a time. You can maybe get divorced and remarried, but at one time, just one partner, one spouse. You can kind of so then there's the extra women. You can kind of contrast this with societies like the FLDS, where polygamy is almost a requirement, almost the same level as the monogamy is. Right? You have to be polygamous to be exalted. And my personal opinion, I know that there are some statements from Brigham Young about requiring polygamy in order for exaltation to happen. I have mixed feelings about that because mathematically it doesn't work.
Sure.
And then you get things like the Lost Boys, where young men get kicked out because there's not enough women. So I think somewhere in the middle.
And then you also have from Brigham Young a statement sometimes people forget, where he said that in the celestial kingdom there will be men with many wives, men with one wife, and then men with no wives. And so it really depends on how you're defining exaltation.
Yeah.
There.
Anyway,
so.
that's I think a slightly different topic. But it's again, when you have a society like the LDS Church, there's extra women, there's intense competition, and this feeds into all of these beauty standards we were talking about. And so I think, again, it's a situation where there's a legitimate problem, but the solution isn't necessarily to disavow it all. It's to go deeper into the religion. Whereas if you have a society in which polygamy is allowed, it reduces all of the pressure. Because you marry a man. The men don't get taken out of the dating pool. Right? And then even if you maybe aren't entirely beautiful, you'll still get a chance to get married as a woman. So an example of this, I have a sister who is going to be in a wheelchair. And if we were LDS, she probably wouldn't end up getting married. And it's a harsh reality, but like if you're gonna choose between a woman who's able to walk and a woman who's in a wheelchair, you're gonna choose a woman who's able to walk. Like if that's just the choice, they're otherwise identical. The truth be told, unless you're barring a voice from heaven or whatever, you don't want your partner to have problems, right? And so, but because we're in a culture that allows polygamy, the chances are much higher. And I think that it would also sort of heal some of the toxicity. Is saying, okay, well, we will allow this and reduce all the pressure.
Makes a lot of sense. Makayla, anything you want to add to that part?
There really is a jealousy that women have kind of naturally toward each other. And I believe, with what I've looked into, what I've read and stuff like that, I do believe that when plural marriage is lived correctly, it can help to remedy that. Hopefully, like, you're working on that well before that ever happens, because jealousy is just bad in general. But it can help to grow love and charity and kind feelings and things like that.
100%.
Okay.
So let me ask a question that's kind of akin to this, because it's something that I have been, quite frankly, concerned about for a while. And it goes kind of along this. It doesn't have to do with plural marriage, but does have to do with marriage. And to make this point, I'm going to tell a quick story. Are we running up against time for either of you?
No, I'm good
Okay.
for 2
All right.
hours. So,
Okay. When I left the LDS church, I left from a leadership position. I was in a leadership position in my ward. And there was one thing, I can't say it was a straw that broke the camel's back, but it was definitely one of the things that was really bugging me. Up until that time, I had been a weekly temple attender. I went to the temple every Saturday morning without fail. And one morning I walked in, and there used to be a covenant in the temple in the LDS church where a man would covenant with God and then a woman would covenant with her husband. And then that was just removed. And when the guy who was my stake president, or maybe a member of the stake presidency, I can't remember. Anyway, he was one of the higher ups at Bonneville Communications, which is the church's media arm, essentially, right? If you watch General Conference, you know this is a production of Bonneville Communications.
yeah.
And he said, "So what seems to be the problem?" You know, he's like, "I'd like to take one more opportunity to answer your questions." And I'm like, I'm down with that, right? I'm not trying to be storm out or something like that. So we got talking, and he said, "What's one of the things that really bugs you?" And I'm like, quite frankly, it's one of the big things that has really given me pause is the removal of whole covenants out of the temple. And he said, "Well, which one?" And I explained it to him. He's like, "Oh, well, Brother Sanders, I got great news for you. I can explain this one." I was like, "Sure, I'm anxious to hear." And he said, "For the first time ever, it looks like that within about 10 years, we're going to have more single members than married members in the church." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "Yeah, when this was brought up, I had overheard that the brethren had said that maybe it's just time to adjust the ordinances to match." And I remember I said, "So let me ask you this: if men and women were having a hard time living up to the law of chastity, would that get removed as well? Like, isn't the prudent thing to figure out why young men and young women aren't getting married?" And it just kind of ended there. But my question is, what, and maybe this is more for Makayla, but you might have some insight here too, Zoe. What is preventing marriages from happening right now? What is it within the church that we see? And I want to be careful. This isn't just a church thing. This seems to be across the spectrum. What's preventing people from making those covenants one to another and getting married?
I think part of it comes from outside society. Like, I was talking to a coworker one time a couple years ago, and I was talking about how, like, I wanted to be married and everything like that. And right now, I just turned 22, so I was about 20, maybe 19 at the time. And she's a mother of, like, 3 or 4 children that I was talking to. And she's like, "You're only 20 years old. What are you talking about? That's way too young. Like, my daughter got married at, like, 23, and that was still too young." And so there's this outside culture that's kind of pervaded where it's, I need to, and some of this comes from feminism too, of I need to have my whole life set up. I need to make sure I'm working the job and living out on my own and doing all these other things before I can get married, and then I'm going to add him into my life. And it doesn't quite work that way. And when you've built up your entire life and then you get married, you can have some issues and conflicts because now you have to change how you've been living, and you've kind of cemented this thing in place. Part of it too, I have some questions about YSA wards, because I've heard people argue on like how great YSA wards and how bad they are. I'm questionable on them right now, because there's been studies that have shown it. So like, for example, if I'm in a group with 5 female friends and none of my friends are married or have kids, I'm much, much less likely to get married and have kids. If there's other women in my friend group who are married and or have kids, I am much more likely to get married and have kids. And we've put all the single adults together into ward, which is like great, because then you know everyone's single and you can go find someone to marry that way. But there's also this, well, now everyone you're socially involved with is single, and you're going to be the odd one out. You're going to have to go find a new friend group and new activities and things like that if you get married.
I think part of that as well. There's a couple of things. What she was saying, marriage has gone from a foundation to a capstone. Instead of being like, okay, I'm going to get married, I'm going to build my life, it's like, I'm going to build my life, and marriage is the last thing. And then, but then maybe you don't build your life. Maybe you have struggles. It's like, oh, I'm not ready to get married. Going on with the single ward as well, I was never in a YSA ward, but I have lots of friends who were/are. And I think what she's saying is absolutely right, because you take these people out of the context of, oh, my family's in this ward, oh, here are the people that I sort of grew up with, and like, oh, we're going to stick them all together, this should be fine. And a lot of, I think, the most healthy relationships come from being like, the people around you being like, oh, well, my husband's brother, he's a really great guy, like, maybe you get along really well, or, oh, well, my brother has his friend, and, I was thinking about you, and because the people around you know you, and have known you, and are able to be like, oh, this is a good idea, and maybe do some sort of matchmaking, or, if not matchmaking, then sort of nudging.
Yeah.
Right.
And when you are in a YSA ward, none of those people are your own age from your own ward,
I mean, I went to the YSA in the city I've lived in since I was like 6, and I knew all of like 2 or 3 people in the ward. So.
Wow.
Yeah. Because one of them, she would come, like, my best friend, she was supposed to go to a different YSA, but I dragged her with me. Because her bishop is like, you have to go to a YSA. So I dragged her with me, and then there was, like, one person that I knew from when I was, like, 10 that was in the ward. And then, someone from my home ward, because she was supposed to be, like, the liaison between the family ward and the YSA.
Right.
And so she would show up occasionally.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for that. I was just curious.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
So, positive effects of like that? Yeah, so positive effects of, so when you have correct understanding of what Mormonism teaches about the divine feminine, you can grow a love for femininity, and you stop hating men, because you understand what the feminine role is and what the masculine role is, and that there is a difference there, but it doesn't mean either one is better than the other, and it's okay. Because that's one of the things we fall into, is a lot of people in the world, they either fall into the, like, men are better, or the women are better. Like, I saw a thing recently where it's like, oh, I'm not a feminist because I don't believe men and women are equal, because I believe women are better. And that is a pretty prevailing ideology amongst the newest wave of feminism that I've seen. And so you don't have that if you understand the roles and everything. And you're not threatened by the masculine, because you're not trying to take the men's roles, and the men aren't trying to take your roles, because you understand where you are supposed to be biologically, and divinely. And understanding men and women are equal, even though they're different. Because they're equal, but not equitable, kind of thing.
Right.
There's also the self-worth that comes with it. Doctrine and Covenants, section 18:10, remember the worth of souls is great in the sight of God. And so your worth is more based in your identity as a daughter of God, rather than all these things of the world. Magnetic Femininity has a quote that says, "It is so important that as women, our subconscious and conscious minds are fully filled with the belief and understanding that being a woman is good." Because there are a lot of people who do have this view of, we live in a world where masculinity is valued within women and femininity is valued within men. And so sometimes the women do have to be told, like, it is good to be a woman. Like, it's not anything against you. And that it's also okay to follow. And being a follower, like we talked about earlier, doesn't mean that you're lesser than in any way. Also, because we have redeemed the body, we realize that the body is beautiful. Magnetic Femininity says, that is what the obsession with female beauty is really about. Women taking care of their own bodies. Because a lot of beauty standards, the root of them is based off of biology. So, like, in the 1700s, you see false hips appear because it was viewed that if you had wider hips, then your childbearing would be safer. You were less likely to die or have complications if you had wider hips. Things like that. And so if you realize that beauty is really about the way that you act, and taking care of yourself and your body and viewing your body as sacred but not an object. The same book also says we don't have to be physically beautiful. We don't have to be physically beautiful to be important, to be worthwhile, to be charismatic, to be magnetic. Inner beauty truly is the most important thing, and the core of that is vulnerability. And, like, it's kind of cliche to say, like, inner beauty is what truly matters, but it's true.
Right.
And, like, if you're genuine in your vulnerability and in your femininity and in being kind and loving, if it's genuine, people will tell. And it will come out, and it is beautiful. There's also not the same shame around our body if we truly understand how beautiful and sacred our bodies are. And then so much of our lives as women have to do with bodies. We create bodies. Every month we have to deal with menstruation, so we really have to take care of our bodies in certain ways. We nurture and take care of bodies as we take care of our children and our husband. Women are generally the ones in charge of, like, making meals and housekeeping and things like that. And it is beautiful and it's divine in its own right. There's also the connection to divinity, because we know that we have a mother who loves us. We know that God is the father and the mother. They twain are one. Not just a father. And that we can be exalted too. And then we can pray knowing that someone is actually listening and cares. We're not praying to an amorphous blob out in the ether.
Right.
We're praying to a father who loves us. We can also see the beauty in motherhood, the value in motherhood. We can see what our mothers do and did for us. The sacrifice of motherhood is beautiful. We can see the creation aspect of motherhood as divine. We can be vulnerable. We can be vulnerable with God. We can be vulnerable with our family and our friends. Being a woman involves a lot of feeling and vulnerability, and we can safely express it when we're living correctly and we understand what God actually wants for us and what our actual divine nature is, and we can see that we do have a place in God's plan.
And that's the sort of good, what comes of a proper understanding.
Yeah.
But further, what comes of a sort of negative understanding, or when things get misunderstood, is, if you try now to talk about the divine feminine in most restoration circles, you'll get shut down so hard. Because, again, there's this fear of idolatry, or the other side of that is almost verging on the occult and goddess worship. And again, going back to the fact that we never really stopped worshiping all of these pagan gods. They just took different names. And I see both of these things within the culture at large, at least here in Utah, and with the LDS Church. There are some people who are very sort of out there and, oh, well, God is a woman, and deconstruct the patriarchy and all of that jazz. And then there are some people who said, well, that's heretical. We don't talk about Mother in Heaven. It's, and then there's a sort of fear of witchiness, because that ends up being eventually harmful, because witchiness, whatever, is a feminine thing. And
Yep.
again, I think that there are roots in truth, because a lot of times women are more spiritually sensitive, or closer to God. And so it just needs to be understood and applied in a correct light.
And who are you going to?
Who are you going to?
The witches are generally going to Gaia or Ishtar or Ashtaroth or things like that, where we do have access to God and His power in our lives, and so we should be going there instead.
But again, if you don't understand that there is sort of a feminine side of the gospel, then when you feel the call for it, because it's in you, because it's true, you believe, again, incorrect, like Eve, there's incorrect beliefs. Eve believes that touching the fruit will kill her, right? And so then she's able to be misled. People believe that there is no place in the gospel, or that none of this has a place in the gospel, and so then, running on the incorrect beliefs, but feeling the call, they turn to all of what Makayla was saying, which is a tragedy.
Yeah.
Another thing that comes of sort of the negative understanding, both for men and for women, when I say negative understanding, I mean misunderstanding, is actual misogyny. I know men who are like, oh, well, because I'm a man, I'm so much better, I'm so much holier, I'm so much closer to God, and these things are false, and they're a source of pride, which is unfortunate.
And kind of on the other side of that, you also have a superiority complex within women, where they flip the script and they're like, well, actually, women are better because we can do this and this and this and this and this. And it causes issues that way, too. Again, I'm seeing that more and more in some places.
As a reaction to the other.
Yeah.
There's a misunderstanding which causes something bad, and then the reaction to it swings the pendulum the other direction.
And I think that's something that we're seeing come up again and again in the conversation, is this wild swing in extremes, right? There's this idea like you and Makayla were just talking about, right? We have misogyny on one side that says, you're a woman, you're obviously not as intelligent, just sit down and let the men do the thinking, right? Then on the other side, you have women who are trying to grab that same thing, right? And so you have this wild swing in extremes. And ultimately, as I think it is with most things, the truth is right there in the middle, right? This recognition that certainly within Mormonism, and it's one thing that's always baffled my mind a little bit, it baffled me a little bit, is that in my mind, Mormonism has enough doctrinal guardrails around it, so to speak, to say, look, you're both people. So let's get that out of the way first, right? You're both in need of atonement. You both have your various crap that you're going to bring to this marriage because of either the way you were raised or how you, some life experiences. That too has to be worked out. But understand, neither the man nor the woman can get to where they ultimately want to be within Mormonism without each other. And so it's this, as we see the rest of society go through these wild swings, and you could see this even in politics, right? The left versus the right, where there's wild swings, right? Back in the old days, there wasn't much difference. Those things continue to get polarized, and I think it's our job, those who are awake, to say, okay, we don't have to play this game, right? We don't have to have these wild swings. Makayla, you said something else I wanted to jump on here, which is, even though we've been talking about, hey, you don't need plastic surgery for vanity. those sorts of things. There's nothing wrong either with taking care of your body, right? Um, Too often, one of the things, and going back to wild swings, right? I remember us talking to a friend of mine who, he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just getting ready to go to the gym." And he's like, "Why do you engage in such a vain activity?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Well, yeah, I mean, why else would you be there other than to, try to look better and be vain?" And I was like, "To be healthy, right? Like lift heavy things. It makes me feel better." Um, and he couldn't understand that. And so we've got to get back to kind of that place in the center where we recognize truth for what it is and use those doctrinal guardrails that have been bequeathed to us to be able to have healthier relations between men and women and one child of God to another.
Right. I think it takes a peculiar kind of courage to hold the middle.
Yeah.
And I think that in doing so, you end up catching flack from a lot of everybody. And
From the two extremes. You're not going to be liked by anybody.
no.
Yep.
And I think that there should be a certain level of pride, in the good way, about that. Because I had a conversation a couple days ago that was really kind of stuck with me, talking about how oftentimes, again, there's all these extremes, and so to be able to walk the middle is everybody hates you, and so maybe that should be a blessing. Say, most people hate your guts.
Once again, that's going on in a relief society. So,
There's in the scriptures we're called a peculiar people or a peculiar treasure. I forget which verse says that we're a peculiar treasure, and that word in Hebrew is segula. And in Beloved Bridegroom by Donna V. Nielsen, which is an amazing book, highly recommend.
I second this recommendation.
Yeah. She talks about this, and she's like, so segula was a term used for by a husband for his wife, but it was also used by kings for their most prized treasure. That this was a treasure that they would keep in the vault to kind of keep safe from everything. And if we're supposed to be a peculiar treasure, we're not going to fit in anywhere. But that's okay because we're in God's kingdom.
Right, and Jesus says, like, when they hate you, rejoice because they hated me first.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
And so anyway, so I think that being able to sort of stand on the doctrine and say, okay, there is a middle way. And I think that I should clarify, because sometimes there's not a middle way, right? Some issues there's a middle way, and some of them there's not. And I think that sometimes in our quest for sort of tolerant, because the idea of the middle is good when you have wickedness on both extremes.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
And a lot of times there is wickedness on both extremes when you zoom out far enough, but sometimes it doesn't look like there is. So one example is, and this is something that I'm very sort of passionate about. We brushed on this sort of abortion thing earlier. There's no middle ground between non-abortion and abortion.
No.
And attempting to walk a middle road is going to be completely harmful. But maybe if you zoom out and there's, abortion on one side and something else on the other. So this is talking about sort of the swing between promiscuity and the sort of adoration of celibacy, right? There's a middle road there. But if you just look at promiscuity, there's no middle road within the promiscuity.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of times you need to zoom out far enough to find, okay, here are my extremes. I can walk in between them. But that does not mean compromising with the wicked, because then you just contaminate yourself and are good for nothing.
Sure. Absolutely.
Don't compromise with terrorists.
We do not negotiate with terrorists.
We all say that, and then we all become parents.
Yeah. This is true. The first time, I say, random story, quick story. The first time I heard that saying was some post some lady had made about the joys of parenting. And she said she'd always tell her 4-year-old daughter, 4 or 5-year-old, I don't negotiate with terrorists. If she's demanding candy or later bedtime or whatever. And then one time gets called to the school because her daughter had been involved in bullying another child. And she was like, "Why did you do this?" And her daughter's like, "We don't negotiate with terrorists."
I don't know who that kid is, but I love that kid already.
And she was like, "Aha, right. So sometimes we do."
Right. Yep.
So continuing on, unless you had something
Yeah, go
else.
ahead.
Okay. With manifestations of
Oh, I didn't want to talk about this.
Oh, we're right here right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, part of it is sexual issues too. Kind of going with what we were just saying about adoration of celibacy versus promiscuity. Where we have a declining birth rate due to lots of different factors. Celibacy doesn't help. Abortion is not helpful either.
I just want to, can I say one more
yeah.
thing? As we are both members of the lovely Generation Z, I have very, very strong opinions on abortion because the truth is, out of our generation, about in the sort of 27 to 30% range never got to be born.
Yeah. There was a video I saw a little bit ago from, he's probably like early 20-something guy, and he's like, I just realized today how many people never had life because of abortion, and what if my soulmate was one of those abortions? And he's like, there's so many
right?
lives are lost.
Yeah, I mean, every table of 10 people would have 3 empty chairs. That's just in our generation, and that is sobering.
Yeah.
That is mass murder on a scale never before seen. That's like Black Plague levels of death.
Yeah.
Look, I've said this before, and I'll stand on this quote. If abortion is murder, which I believe it is, we've made the Nazis look like rookies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's just the truth of it. I don't know how else to get around it. It is absolutely devastating.
6 million is rookie numbers.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He's got rookie numbers for sure.
So
anyway,
go.
You have promiscuity on the rise. World telling women that it's empowering to sleep with whoever. You also have pornography addiction on the rise. You see this mostly in men, but you are seeing it pop up more in women. You also have all the OnlyFans that a lot of women do. And then you also have LGBTQ issues as well. Because you do have people, I do believe there are people who are naturally born with that attraction, and that is a great trial for them. However, I do also know that there are women who actively choose to be lesbian because they hate men or have had so many bad experiences with men. But, like, it's bad. And then you also have it encouraged and applauded today. So you have one of the highest demographics of trans youth is actually teenage or preteen girls who have autism because they don't fit in anywhere. And if they identify as trans or LGBTQ or whatever, then they now have a community that they can fit in, and they're applauded and adored. And it's a major issue. There's a book or a documentary about this. I forget what it's called, but somebody did some serious research on this, and it's a major issue.
It is a major issue, and look, as I've looked at that issue, I see it being a social contagion on some point, right? As society has moved to a place where, like, look, I got weird ideas, so you bear with me. I think one of the reasons that we see some of this on the rise is because of the idolization of victimhood.
Yeah.
We don't any longer have heroes that did heroic things. Instead, the heroes are all victims. And when that happens, when victimhood becomes the social capital by with you trade social standing, that's a problem. And so that tends to feed into that social contagion, right? To be heroic, I must be the victim.
Yeah.
And that has something to do. The other thing I'm going to say is this: the human mind is a weird instrument, right? And it will go through phases. When I was 7, I really wanted to be a pirate. Fortunately, my parents didn't gouge out my eye and cut off a leg, right? But like, and again, it seems like everything's an overreaction as well, right? Um, Instead of saying to your kid, no, you're really not, a girl, or, whatever. Now the parents are like, well, you're oppressed, right? We got to do whatever we can to get you out of that. There's a lot there. I'm sorry to take
Yeah.
us down that side
I,
tangent.
I was talking to a woman a while ago who's older than me, and growing up, she was a tomboy, and she also had lots of sexual abuse in her history, and we were talking about this whole issue, and she's like, if it was pushed as much today as it was when I was your age, I would have transitioned in a heartbeat. And she's like, I'm so glad that it wasn't a thing in my time, because I'm so grateful I never did that. But she's like, if it had been, I would have been one of the, like, number one people. Because
I think another just part of it is, you hear about the death of the tomboy.
Mm-hmm.
And again, because there's this idea of femininity as either weak or as it being an aesthetics-based thing, then if you have a child who doesn't enjoy traditionally feminine pastimes or would like to have her hair short and wear cargo pants, it's like, oh, well, you must actually be a boy.
Right.
And what that really is just a deep insult to femininity.
Yep.
Of saying, oh, well, it's impossible for you to like the rough housing and still be a woman. It's impossible for you to enjoy cars, and want to play with the boys and still be a woman. So therefore, you're actually a boy.
Right. No, it's true. And I part of this is just understanding people, right? And loving them for who they are and helping them feel comfortable in their own skin. And because of the demonization, and I'm going to say it both ways, of both the feminine and the masculine, we find ourselves in some pretty weird predicaments.
Yeah.
It's quite the accomplishment to be able to, for a culture to have effectively demonized both masculinity and femininity. It's quite amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, hats off to the devil. He's done really good work.
Yeah.
I worked in an office once where we had a guy who was divorced 3 times and swore women were the problem. Same office, I had there was a woman there who'd been divorced twice and swore men were all the problem. And I remember I was talking to one of the guys at work. I'm like, you ever wonder what a date between the two would look like? Like, just out of curiosity, just set them up and let them go. But no, it's a thing, right? And we got to get past demonizing each other's God-given, I shouldn't say rights, but identities. If we want to heal this thing at all.
Yeah, I think one other facet of the unhealthy manifestation of a misunderstanding all of this is the huge debate around modesty. And
we're gonna get yelled at
for
this
one.
Oh
yeah. But I think the biggest thing is there's a lot of there's this sort of extreme of both unhealthy ends. So one of them, a lot of the modern world does not really value modesty,
right?
Or it views it as oppressive.
Yeah.
So you look at the red carpet and there's bare backs and bare breasts and all of the things, right? It's not valued. Or sometimes on the other side, and sort of a lot of times Christian culture, you get this idea of, oh well, your body is distracting. Oh well, the men can't control themselves. You better cover up, otherwise something's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
And now it's a problem. I think that's also a problem because either way, and this is a loaded term, but I'm going to use it anyway with disclaimer. Nice. I think what we need to do is decenter men from the modesty thing.
I want to make one note before we get into that.
Hold on 1 second. I didn't hear what she said. To do what?
Say we need to decenter men from the modesty debate. And I want to define that, but maybe it's
I want to make one note just because there is so much talk in this debate of like men are so gross and evil because they sexualize us all the time, and then like men also, there are men out there who are like, oh yeah, she totally deserved it. I do want to make a note on not every man is sexualizing every woman ever, but we also do need to be cognizant of the fact that men are visual creatures and to be kind toward that while they are still responsible for their own thoughts and their actions and everything, and you did not deserve it if you decided to walk around in shorts or whatever, but also be cognizant of like men are visual creatures.
So what I'm saying as far as
I just want to make that note so that we can maybe get some women stopping like, oh my gosh, I hate men because they sexualize women all the time, because that's not true.
So
Right.
I think when I say decenter men, there's baggage with that term, but I also think that there's some value because again, both sides of the spectrum, oftentimes, at least covertly, are revolving around the men. So if you know that if you wear something skimpy, you'll get attention from the men, and so then that choice on how to dress is centered around the men.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then on the other side, the sort of preaching of modesty as an, oh, well, for the men, you have to do it for the men, otherwise you might get raped or whatever. That's also centering men. In the other way.
What you're saying.
Yeah.
As far as, oh, you have to dress this way because of the men.
Yeah. And then you also have the, like, women who intentionally dress skimpy because they want.
I said for the attention.
Yeah.
So, I think that, again, this is focusing on the externals, and the motivation is off.
Yeah.
Right.
Because this is the gospel of Zoe, okay? But I think there's some value to it, as in the one extreme of like, oh, we must cover up because of the men, is partially based in, again, the sort of Christian understanding of the body is shameful.
Right.
Cover up your body as a shameful thing, and I would disagree with that. And so I think that a lot of times when it's like, oh, you need to be empowered, like girl boss, wear the skimpy outfits. There's some truth to that, in that your body shouldn't be something you're ashamed of.
Right.
And so there's truth there, and so I have sympathy for that, because I think that it's reacting to the extreme. At the same time, I think that you should take the middle path of this, or maybe a different one. I'm saying, well, I don't view my body as a shameful thing, but that also doesn't mean I'm going to show it to everybody, because sacred things get hidden.
Right.
And to be able to say, well, I was given this body. It is the tabernacle, the temple of my spirit, and the temple for God's spirit. And so, in veiling that, it is not a proclamation of the ugliness or the unworthiness of the thing being veiled, but rather of the worthiness of the rest of the world to see it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you have... So, in that reframing, I think there's a lot of dignity in it, of saying, yes, my body is sacred, it is beautiful, it is an instrument of creation, it is after the image of God, and I choose who I want to see it, and when, and it's something that I don't just cast before the world.
Yeah.
I've thought of it like this. Are any of us here ashamed of covenants we've either made or will make in the temple? Okay. Are we ashamed of anything we learn or may learn in the temple? But we don't necessarily broadcast everything in the temple.
Yeah.
Right.
That we do, right? It's not out of a sense of shame. It's sacred. We're going to hold it close. It's sacred. And I think it's a very similar thing here, right? I think as I've looked at the modesty thing, and realizing that it's a loaded term,
Mhm.
I think maybe even a better word is the sacredness of something.
Mm-hmm.
Just as we look at the temple and say, we're not going to talk about those things because those are sacred. Not that they can't be accessed, right? But it has to be through the correct way at the correct time at the correct
Mhm.
place. And
Yeah.
so I think our bodies probably should be much the same. It's about, just as Zoe pointed out here, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Mhm.
But at the same time, because it's sacred, it deserves a certain type of treatment.
Right.
And I think the like times and seasons is very important as well. A lot of talk with modesty also turns into this checklist of like what is or isn't modest, and like, okay, your sleeve has to come to here, or your pants or skirt need to come past your knees, or some people has to come to your wrists. And when I started coming into fundamentalism, I'm like, okay, I'm going to wear long sleeves to prepare for the longer garments because that's something that's very important to me, and I really do value modesty. So it wasn't too much of a switch for me because I already liked wearing long sleeve stuff. And a few months in, I was praying about it, and God actually told me, no, you need to be wearing short sleeves right now. And I thought it was really weird. And the reason why is I have self-harm scars on my arm. And
Okay.
so every time I put on a long sleeve shirt, the thought process in my head started revolving around the scars. Was, I need to hide these, I'm so ashamed of these. And so God had me wear short sleeves until I wasn't ashamed of the scars anymore. And I wasn't ashamed of my body
Interesting.
anymore, so I was doing it for the correct reasons.
That is awesome, actually.
And I actually also had a similar experience. We've talked about this before. Where, and I think this is my motivations around my own modesty were largely based on the shame. So I was bulimic as a teenager, and ended up gaining a lot of weight and being very self-conscious. And I started wearing long sleeves and I started wearing skirts as a young teenager because I was like, my body's so disgusting. Like, I don't want people to see my shame. And this persisted for a long time. And I had a sort of series of sort of realizations and experiences that kind of helped me come out of that and be like, oh. And after a while, I've been wearing skirts like pretty much full time since I was younger, and I started wearing pants I wore pants for a while. It was sort of similar to Makayla, of like, oh, I need to sort of have a moment to reframe, why am I doing this? What are the motivations behind it? And to turn it from a thing around the shame to something that is beautiful. But I do, cover because it's sacred. And I think, again, this understanding helps a lot of things, changes a lot of things. Because first off, it makes it more of a personal decision. And also removes the sort of towing the line that I think is very common in LDS circles.
Right.
Of, well, it has to cover your garments. And, like, the modesty is to cover the garments. And in some respects, I think there's something good about that as far as, like, oh, we're trying to cover the sacred thing, right? So that I would agree. But also, it's like, well, how close can we get to the line? Right? So now there was a change in garments recently, and now they're sleeveless, or can be sleeveless. And I passed on my drive through Provo a thing for, like, Everly Co., and it's Utah's new tank top. It's like a company selling tank tops marketed towards a Mormon audience that just barely cover the new garment lines. And I see that as so tragic because you view the garments as sacred, but you don't view your body as sacred. Or not as much. Not realizing that sort of the garments, the sacredness of the garments is partially because of the sacredness of the body. Right? They're given to cover the sacredness of the body. And so if you have this idea of, oh, I respect myself, I view my own body as sacred, then you're not going to be like, oh, well, how close can I get?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and this is this is part of the danger with the modesty um idea as it is framed now, is that I find it to be far more pharisaical than spiritual.
Yeah.
Um and look, having said that, I wear long sleeves everywhere, right? Because I've been endowed in a Mormon fundamentalist temple.
Mm.
Um but like you, I think these things, the motivation needs to be questioned. Um you know, back to the long garment, kind of a funny story. I remember after I was first endowed in a fundamentalist temple and was wearing the long garment, I was in St. George the week after that. I got endowed on a Saturday and I was back to work on Monday. And it was July in St. George. And I was outside hiking. For a surveyor, that's what I did. And I
Mm.
remember thinking, this is hot and this crap better be true because this is horrific. Um, but in all seriousness, I think both of you are on the right track, right? Why are we doing this? And it's interesting that in both your cases, it was God who told you to kind of go the opposite direction with which you'd been feeling comfortable with at a time. Not because God likes to be contradictory to himself to test us, but because he's trying to get your heart, right? And that's what both of your stories, that's what came out. He's like, again, don't worry about the pharisaical prescription. Listen to me. Let's get your heart right first, and everything else will fall into place after that. And I think that's really the thing there that I think we should take away is, get your heart right, and everything else will follow behind that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Clean hands and a pure heart.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
everything else, it cannot be done without that, and also can be done with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
So,
to Makayla made a great point. Dudes are very visual, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I believe even that was placed there by God.
Mm-hmm.
Because look, whether people want to admit it or not, it's a big reason why guys get married, right? I mean, that's a healthy thing. Um, and it's part of that, as it's talked about in the temple. That's one of the ways that you kind of bridle those passions, right? Um, to be able to put that into proper perspective. None of those things that we have as people, those appetites, are in and of themselves unholy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's one thing that quite frankly I have tried to push against personally, is this idea that because they are holy and we don't choose to talk about them or show them, doesn't mean that they're unholy, doesn't mean that they're bad. It just means it's reserved for a proper time and a place.
right. And I think just sort of going off of what you said, um, in saying, oh, well, this isn't about the men, isn't to denigrate them at all.
Yeah.
And I think there has been a war on male desire, which is unfortunate. It's like, oh, well, you're dirty or you're bad for even wanting that sort of thing. And I think that's completely wrong. They're just, again, a place. I really hope you desire your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to have children. I hope you enjoy it. Like,
It's funny. Fourth Nephi is one of the places I like to turn there, because it's one of the few places in scripture where it says, and they multiplied exceedingly fast. And I remember I had to go in, and I was a young men's president at the time, and they were beating these poor guys up. I mean, beating them up like, you shouldn't have any sort of feelings, and I mean, really, really going after them hard. And I remember I kind of gave the opposite view there, and I got up and I quoted Fourth Nephi, and I'm like, look, I hate to break it to you, those people really enjoyed each other, right? Like, I don't know how else you want me to say it. Those are healthy desires.
Mm-hmm.
Don't taint them. At the same time, have a proper respect.
amen. Okay.
One more on the manifestations I kind of want to get to. We'll go over this a little more later, but there is one point on this I really want to get to. Health and psychological issues.
This is what comes of misunderstanding.
Yeah, of misunderstandings. Eating disorders. I want to talk about this a little bit more than I did earlier because how prevalent eating disorders are amongst women in particular.
Yes.
Anorexia and bulimic rates are very, very high. And when you really get down to it, one of the root issues, which is usually subconscious, like most women aren't thinking this consciously, is a denial of the femininity. A denial of feminine. And something about being feminine is wrong, and so I must hide that. Because a lot of people who are anorexic, it's a little bit different numbers for bulimia, but anorexia, majority of women with anorexia have been sexually abused at some point in their life.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It is a control issue, usually, of my life feels out of control, so I'll control this. Because I've been abused, I must deny my femininity, because anorexia comes with, because of the way it shrinks you, basically, because you're not eating anything,
Right.
your chest is much smaller, everything is much smaller, you're much more frail and brittle, and so you look less feminine because of that. You also have a lot more angles with the face.
And
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
Your cycles stop.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of it is based around control. And then also, like, I need to fit this certain beauty standard, and that's where you get the body dysmorphia of thinking you look fat when you're really underweight.
I think going back to the deny the femininity, the other part of saying is like, oh, well, you know, you've been abused, you've had things happen, and so, like, this happened because I was beautiful, because I was desirable, and I need to make sure that that never happens to me again. And if it takes, you know, sort of destroying the beauty, so be it.
Yeah.
As a protective mechanism. And I can understand.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of thing with bulimia a lot of the time, sort of in the other direction.
So I felt impressed here while we were talking, and as you brought this up, I wanted to see what the rates were in Utah compared to the rest of the nation. Evidence suggests that rates of eating disorders, including potential anorexia, are higher in Utah than the rest of the nation, particularly among adolescents and women. Studies have found that nearly 3,000 girls, roughly 4% of female students, met the criteria for potential anorexia. I can't help but wonder, not because I agree with you, Makayla, 100%, that a lot of this is coming from abuse, which has its own questions that need to be answered, right? But also, if Utah is creeping up there in plastic surgery for purely vanity, I would imagine that these numbers would follow, and it looks like they are, right? Like, this seems, the more we talk here, the more this seems to be a problem that needs to be addressed through churches.
Yeah. I would argue the numbers are actually probably higher than that, because myself and a lot of other people are never officially diagnosed because we're able to stay out of hospitals. So, like, I was probably like 5 to 10 pounds underweight for years, but I kept it at such a level that I was never hospitalized. I know people who got to a point where they were passing out and then they had to be taken to the hospital and were diagnosed that way. But there's a lot of cases that are able to keep it just high enough that they won't be hospitalized, but if you were to ever have a doctor sit down with them, the doctor would be like, yeah, you have anorexia.
And a similar thing for me, like, I was never diagnosed. You know, with my bulimia, like, it never hit the radar of the statistics.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Because there's also a lot of shame wrapped up in eating disorders as well. So nobody wants to talk about it. So unless you get bad enough to be hospitalized or things like that, like, no one's going to know, and it's never counted.
And also, I just say, people are always better at hiding things than you give them credit for.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of tricks. And, you know, at least for me, like, I have a very loving, very involved family. I was homeschooled. And even so, this didn't really get picked up on.
So, Zoe, in your case, do you feel like the manifestation of that came from societal pressures more than anything else? If
Mm,
it's not too personal of a question, you can tell me to shut my pie hole if it is.
no, I did have. I think it was a couple of things. I think it started off as a sort of um, trauma response that was not from sexual abuse. And there was and I might have maybe always had sort of inclinations that direction, and that was very young. That was like as a 9 year old. Um,
Right.
uh, and then a little bit later, it was a combination of, well, I'm like overweight now. I have to fix that. It's not beautiful. And then coupled with, I did have an experience as a young teenager that left some scars on me as far as like sexually. Nothing physical happened, but it was more of an emotional thing. And so that it was a combination of, oh well, I'm not beautiful right now, but I need to be beautiful. And then I didn't realize until years later of like, oh, I don't want to be beautiful. So like this horrible mental fight of like different levels of the subconscious. Being like, I need to be beautiful, and also I don't want to be beautiful.
Yeah.
Because it's going to give me attention I don't want. But also, I want the attention.
Because one of the, like, if not the number one, like, really high up there roots of any eating disorder is control. Something about my situation feels uncontrollable, so this is the way I control it. I feel like I'm not beautiful, I need to control my beauty, and so this is how I'm going to control it. My life is chaos right now. My parents are getting a divorce. I'm being abused. This thing or that thing is happening. I can control my food, so I will do that. And it's one of the key markers amongst anyone with an eating disorder, is it's usually a control issue. And that's part of where, like, faith and letting go, let God kind of thing can be helpful for coming out of that.
Gotcha.
Part of it too. So for me personally, because it's so, for me, when I started getting into anorexia, it started coming in more subconsciously, and my sister struggled with it to varying degrees as well. And so we made our kitchen motto, we don't believe in eating disorders. So if anyone like was refusing to eat or anything like that, we would just go, we don't believe in eating disorders in this household. So
Probably a pretty healthy way of dealing with that.
yeah.
So
Eating disorders aren't real.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I
Oh my
probably wouldn't
goodness.
go quite that far, but yeah.
I tongue in cheek, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. So manifestations, the good ones.
So this is, I guess, this is what
Yeah.
this is what we see as coming from a proper understanding and
Okay.
connection with sort of the divine feminine and that tradition within
Yeah.
Mormonism.
Yeah. So we've already talked about the modesty one, veiling your body because it's a sacred thing. And we want to keep sacred things sacred. Healthy sexuality, we talked about this a little bit, but realizing it's good within the confines of marriage, and that it's not an evil, gross thing. Is there anything you want to say on that?
No.
Yeah. Having healthy, stable relationships instead of hating everyone around you. Taking care of your body, you'll eat healthy, good hygiene, treating your body as a temple. I've heard before that real self-care is body care. If you're doing the, like, watching TV shows and taking bubble baths, but you're not exercising and eating healthily or anything like that, you're not actually doing self-care. You're doing fake self-care. And then having loving families, because we love children. We see that they're great. We can see that they're not a burden and they do not ruin our entire lives. And having children, barring things like infertility or for some reason if you're unable to get married. And then also that accessing God's power, where women perform the living ordinances. So, like, we give birth, we feed our children, things like that, where then you have the sacrament and baptism done by the men.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is
Actually,
a great point. I like that a lot. The living ordinances.
I hadn't even thought about we talk about the birth versus baptism thing, but I hadn't even thought about like breastfeeding.
Yeah, and then you also like mothers give their children baths and help make sure they're clothed. Like it's usually the mother doing that, and then like like you have the washing and the initiatories done by the women, but like the endowment and everything, like it's very interesting. Some of the parallels.
Sure is. That's a great insight, Makayla.
Yeah.
Okay.
I credit all of that to "Consider Yourself as Eve" by Megan Farner. That book pointed it out to me.
No, so. That's awesome. That's good insight.
Oh, sorry, finish. Yeah. I feel like we need a bibliography for this podcast.
No, it's good. So they'll blame me if anything's.
No, I mean like as far as like here in the description, and like here's like all of the posts are like this one's good and this one's good and you should read this one and we got some good insights. Yeah. They're like, I just wanted a podcast. Like, I'm listening to this because I'm not reading.
Right.
Yeah. You can get these books as audiobooks if all you have time is to listen.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, the scariest thing I ever read concerning this podcast is someone says, it's great. That's kind of what I do for church. And I'm like, no, you should not be using this for that. Like, you don't want that. You need to go somewhere else.
There you go. Well, it's a compliment too, even if it's terrifying.
Yeah. It's like, this is not church.
I make far too many football references and smoking meat references to have this be anything close to church.
See, and there you see the problem of we're like demasculinizing church and like we need to bring back all of that stuff.
Sunday afternoon brisket smokes. Yeah, we could do that.
Hey, smoke brisket while you have your elders quorum meeting. I see no problem with that. Actually, I think it could be quite good.
I think I heard somebody where they're like, the bishop's out of town. We're doing Chick-fil-A. And they're like,
yes.
Chick-fil-A's closed on Sunday, so they got KFC. But they're like, we need the men to just sit down, eat meat, and talk. That's the only way to get the men to talk, is to feed them meat.
Look, there's a lot of truth to that. And to go along with how serious I am, there was one guy that I really trusted to have my smoker when I moved to Missouri. When someone said, how committed was I to going to Missouri? I was like, I'm all in. And then when I found out that I didn't have room and was going to have to leave my smoker, I was like, she's got to go to a good home. And she went to Josh Erickson's house. I'm like, I trust Josh. He can have this. So, and I'm like, I'm not going to charge it because it's like, how do you put a price on something that sacred? Just take it. Give it to good home. So shout out to Josh for that. Yes.
Okay.
We're so close.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
So more large-scale effects of misunderstandings, misconceptions, skewing things. Obviously, gender war. You see that? Where, like, you had the saying of, like, yes, there's the gender war, but everyone's sleeping with the enemy, so not much will come from it. But, like, with the rise of LGBTQ, that's increased tensions. So.
Right.
Transgenderism and cross-dressing. We see this as part of Ishtar worship. If being a woman is viewed as bad, temptation to transition goes up, especially if transition is acceptable and even applauded.
And then on the flip note, if there's an idea of femininity as very superficial and vapid, then it makes the men who want to transition think that they can be a woman.
Yeah.
From all of the aesthetics and the outward.
Yeah. And if gender isn't eternal and essential, then why not transition? What's the argument?
Right. And that's, look, there's a common misconception out there that I hate the LDS Church, and that's nothing could be further from the truth. I enjoyed my time there. And I'm rooting for the LDS Church. I hope that one day they just canonize the family proclamation.
Yeah.
Because that will put that debate to bed, at least within the church. Yeah. And I'm really hopeful for that.
We also see
gender.
Sorry.
Because gender is a vital part of who we are.
Yeah.
And we can try to deny that all we want, but the truth is, is that it is at its core of who we are as people.
Yeah.
And if that can be fluid, there's nothing left to tether to. You can just throw off any shackle you want and wreak all sorts of havoc in society.
Yeah. Okay. We also see exodus from religion. The nuns, NONES, are growing. A 2023 survey of unaffiliated with religion, this is from the American Survey Center, said amongst millennials, 37% of men and 34% of women were unaffiliated with religion, and of Gen X, 34% of men and 39% of women are unaffiliated with religion. So we are actually seeing growing numbers of women being unaffiliated with religion. And this doesn't necessarily mean atheist. It can mean agnostic. It can mean spiritual, which is a very vague term. But
Right. Because, again, if you have this has been a problem with the masculine side, but if you think that your religion doesn't like you, if you think your religion has no place for the things that you feel like, obviously, you're not going to affiliate.
Yeah. Of those who identify as unaffiliated, in the millennial generation, you have 53% men and 47% women within the unaffiliated bracket of the numbers. And in Gen Z, 46% men, 54% women. So within unaffiliated, in our generation, we are seeing more women end up in that territory. And I would guess that a lot of those women are actually in that, like, agnostic spiritual rather than atheist. You're going to see more men within the atheist sphere.
So I have a question on that stat with more women becoming unaffiliated with religious groups. Could any of that be due to the fact they feel like they can't find a man in there? Because we kind of touched on this. They can't find a good man inside their religion.
It could be that. It could also be this idea that religion is misogynistic and hates them, and there's no place for them there. There's lots of factors that go into that. You also have pagan worship increasing, where you see New Ageism. Like, New Ageism is still pretty small, but you're seeing it show up more and more. Like, even within shows, you'll see, like, Ouija boards a lot. You'll see the crystals, things like that.
Right.
We have a declining birth rate. What is this one from? I forgot to include which source I pulled this from, but live births per 1,000 people in 1950 was 24.27, in 2025 is 11.99. So we have halved our birth rates in the past 75 years.
I think we fell below replacement rate like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I was trying to find that number.
Including in Utah.
Yes. And when you fall below replacement rate, at some point, that means there's damage that you can't undo, right? Yeah. There will be a generation at which everything breaks.
Yeah.
Financially included, right? Yeah. There will not be replacement rate. And that means that society as we know it will function differently.
Yeah. And then this one's from the Guttmacher Institute. An estimated 1,038,000 abortions were provided by clinicians in states without total bans in 2024, a less than 1% increase from 2023, and an increase of 12% from 2020.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lot of kids.
Yeah. You also have the depression epidemic and suicide statistics. I'm not sure if Utah's the worst state, but I know it's definitely up there. If it's not the worst, it's pretty close. This comes from the CDC. There were 49,000 suicides in 2023. 12.8 million have seriously thought about suicide. 3.7 million have made a plan, and 1.5 million have attempted suicide. There are more there are more suicides performed by men than there are women, but there are more reported attempted suicides or made a plan by women than men. And depression is higher amongst women than men. But it actually being carried out is seen higher within men. Depression is higher in women than men, 16% So 16% of women compared to 10.1% of men for depression from the CDC. There's lots of factors that go into depression, so this isn't just because women don't have a place, but that doesn't help depression.
So that's the negative side of effects.
The depressing facts.
You better be careful, Makayla, or we're gonna end up in this segment of this podcast.
It's okay, go to God. He'll save you.
But then I guess the flip side is what we'd hope to happen, which is sort of large societal level effects of understanding.
Yeah.
So the first one is, like, obviously work towards resolving the sort of gender war. When you have an understanding of the places for everybody, then you don't need to fight, right?
Right.
Also, like, more of sisterhood, right? That's it's so important for so many reasons, especially because having children is so hard, and like having a community is a really good way to help alleviate that, reduce postpartum depression and anxiety and all of that stuff. And when you have the sort of the divinity, or like the sort of original relief society, I think is a lot better of a structure, hypothetically, than what we have now. And
Joseph Smith said the church is not fully organized without the woman being organized.
Right. He's right.
there's much more eternal perspective, right? And we talk about, eternal perspective. But yes, eternal perspective. Because again, all the things. Things are broken now, but they're not going to be broken. People grow old and they die now, but they're not going to grow old and die. All of the brokenness in the world, this is something that I love. So, about my own religion, I'm like, so one of the major conundrums of philosophical thought and of religious thought is the problem of evil. The problem of evil. Why do bad things happen? Why do babies die? Why does God allow all of this badness? And I remember one time listening to one of Dennis Prager's fireside chats, and he said that the problem of evil was the one thing he did not have an answer to, which is amazing to me because I think he's a very wise man and has the answers to lots of things. But for me, it's not because I have two things that make it so it doesn't bother me. One is that the acknowledgement that the world in and of itself is fallen. Why does God let the natural disasters happen? Why does God make babies born without eyes? It's like, well, it's a corrupted world. People do corrupted things. The nature is itself fallen, and that doesn't mean that was God's plan or that he joys in that. But it is the case. And then the other is the fact that, well, this isn't it, right? If this life were it, then when I see people who have struggles, or I have struggles of my own, then it's like, how can this possibly be fair? How can God possibly love me when I only get this one life, and maybe my life isn't as great as I want it to be? But having the idea of, this isn't the end. There's something so much bigger, and it's going to be it's going to be, a bad summer camp. And we're all going to get off this place and be like, haha, do you remember when this happened? Wasn't that so awful? Like I do now. We go on a road trip, get a flat tire, super sleep deprived, somebody gets burned, and it's like, haha, wasn't that so funny? And I see that being with this world in and of itself. And hopefully you grew.
I very much believe in finding the good in the bad and going, this bad thing happened, it kind of sucked, but here's all the things it taught me, and here's the good that came out of it.
I think, there's just more confidence that goes along with the identity, right, of daughters of God, mothers in Zion, and the nobility that goes along with that. And then also, when you have that, again, when you realize your place, when you see God as your Father, when you realize that there are these things and these gifts and these callings accessible, then you have the knowledge to be able to ask for them. And as a whole, I think it would bring much more spiritual power to the church. Because right now, sort of cut off from a lot of that. And so we're weaker than we could be. We have fewer gifts of the Spirit than we could have. There's less priesthood than we could have.
There's a quote from Women in Mormondom where it's talking about how when you have good rice, you also have bad rice too.
Good what?
Good rice.
Good rise?
Yeah, when good rises.
When good rises.
Yeah. You'll have bad rise too because there must be an opposition in all things. And it says, to this is to be attributed the decline of spiritual gifts in a later period in the Mormon church. For the spirits were poured out so abundantly that the saints began to fear visions and angels and prophecy and the speaking in tongues. Thus the sisters, who are ever the best mediums of spiritual gifts in the church, have, in latter years, been shorn of their glory. And that's in 1877.
That is a kind of a damning statement. Holy cow. Ooh.
And when we understand Mormonism, we can have that back.
Yep.
That's the goal.
It's available now. It's not a problem of us waiting on God. God's given us the formula. We just got to implement it.
Yeah.
Right. So I think it's about our notes. The sort of
conclusion and call back.
Yeah. Basically, they're within true Mormonism, and I don't know that anybody's doing all of the true Mormonism. Be that LDS Church, be that the Fundamentalists. This is why I'm not saying fundamental Mormonism, I'm saying true Mormonism, which ought to be synonymous, but unfortunately aren't.
Right.
Within true Mormonism, there's room for a feminine God. There's room for, the role of women and feminine power. And again, some of these terms have baggage, but at their core, I think there's truth. Like, this could bring so many blessings and cure so many problems we have now. And so then, what do? Well, you need to, for you, the listener, learn your own religion. And realize, the value of the place and the identity, and understanding that you are the literal child of a loving set of heavenly parents who have only your best interests at heart all of the time. And that because you are literally their child, you have the right to call on them, to speak, to access power and blessings from the heavenly realm. And that you don't belong here on this earth. That, heaven is your home. And that the fallenness is a temporary thing, but doesn't mean that what is fallen is bad. It's just fallen.
Right.
Yeah.
Check.
And we don't need to throw out divine femininity, and we don't need to go to pagan goddesses for it instead. We can go to God, we can go to scripture, we can go to the words of the prophet. Because it is there, and it does exist if we look. And we do so with a prayerful heart. Other sources that might be helpful. The Origin and Destiny of Women by John Taylor. It's about 2 pages. I'm not going to read it now because it's kind of long. And then Eliza R. Snow wrote a poem called Women. Also just reading through Eliza R. Snow's discourses and poetry and stuff is great. Highly recommend. I personally don't agree with everything she says. She has a couple points she likes to get on a lot that I don't necessarily agree with, but they're really good places to at least start.
And again, these things were there.
Yeah.
We are not coming and saying anything new.
Yeah.
It all is already there. And you just have to realize it. And that is what Mormonism ought to be. It's supposed to be all the truth. Right? That's a Brigham Young quote. And
absolutely. So
the truth about the roles of men and women, and the truth about where beauty actually comes from, and the truth about creation and the self-sacrificial, Christ-like nature of motherhood and of living ordinances and the union of the spiritual and the physical. It all is already there, and it all will change the way you see so much stuff for the better.
Absolutely.
I hope.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll say this in conclusion, and I'll throw it back to you guys if you have any other thing you want to say. For a little while now, I've been very concerned with the generation coming up. Not just of Mormons either.
Mhm.
As I look around, I don't think I've ever seen, and certainly I haven't been able to find in history, in American history, a time where so many of our youth are so nihilistic.
Mhm.
And that concerns me deeply because I look around and in all honesty, while there are certainly some dark things going on, right? We can't discount that. By and large, we're safer as people than we've ever been before, right? In terms of physical safety. Not to say bad things don't happen, but it's true.
Mhm.
We have medical advancements that are miracles. Um, but yet we're more disconnected and more nihilistic than ever. And you guys kind of touched on it in this last little bit. We've got to restore hope back to youth, and and not just young men, but young women as well.
Mhm.
And that's going to be a heavy lift for everybody involved, but we don't have a choice.
Mhm.
Um, and a large part of this is learning to heal from some of the harmful ideas we have that surround gender, both from the masculine and the feminine sides. But to get there, we're going to have to make peace with who we are as people. And I don't think we can make peace with who we are as people, those things that are divinely attached to being either male or female, until we view it through the lens of the gospel. I think that is the healing balm that has to be applied if we want to get there. And so much of what you ladies have presented here is pointing in that direction. And I think people need to key in on that, because it is a problem that, quite frankly, we've arrived at the event horizon here. We are below replacement rate, which concerns me greatly. We are seeing less and less marriage happen. We're seeing more abortion than ever. We are seeing um more, quite frankly, selfishness being put on the same level that the virtue of being selfless used to be. We live in the age of the selfie, and that's manifesting in some pretty horrific ways, plastic surgery being one of them. But we can have healing, but you're going to have to be healed by the great healer, that's Jesus Christ. And I'll throw it back to you guys to wrap this up.
I don't know if we have much more, to be honest. Amen to what you said.
Yeah.
Take your
Good.
problems to the feet of the Lord.
No, I thank you guys. Hang out for just 5 minutes, all right?
Sounds good.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.